Man, I had to give up on my search. I'm almost 100% it's in my closet. I am 100% it's in my room. I gotta find some documents. And oh boy, it's taking me too long. Gotta get them ready by tomorrow. I didn't know until today that I needed some documents tomorrow. I needed more notice. All right, one moment. All right, there we go. Delicious water. That stinks. I want to be searching now, but I need to start the stream. I want to be searching now, but I need to start the stream. But after the stream, I don't think I can go very late on the stream today, like I have the past few days, because I need to tear apart my room, more specifically my closet, which is just completely stuffed from top to bottom with crap. I gotta locate my documents, man. I needs my documents. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're continuing. Last time, my brain isn't in it right now, though. Hopefully it won't take long for me to get my brain in it. Oh, that's right. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, it was nighttime. We finally got the money we needed.
Good. What can I help you with?
This lady gives us a ton of lore to the game. I got some more questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
So I'm not going to try to make either of these skill checks, because maybe later on, she seems like a character who's going to be around for a long time. But because I'm pegged at 2 a.m., the day doesn't seem to pass. I might as well like kind of mid-max, because she has very long conversations here. So we should do like these three conversations here. This one seems like it's going to be shorter, but she's been giving a lot of insight to the world. How's it going, Formula and Soren?
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
What causes it?
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
Oh. It's definitely from the drinking.
She nods slowly.
So, that was a short one. These two here took like 15 minutes each. I want to know what you are. She hums. Say nothing.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor, a devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
Ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Dios mío. Draw across. A liberal. Why? Cool. A liberal. Pretty hard myself. I liberate pretty hard myself. I don't understand what's so vile about that. Wait, what's an ultra?
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind.
Yeah, I sort of got that by the whole ultra part. What's so vile about that?
Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution.
I need more
I
context.
can see you thought I'd gone extinct. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
What? Bro. Empathy, suggestion, and electrochemistry all have something they want to tell me. You're a monster. I forgive you. I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Vile devil, shake your head slowly. Wait, what? What am I agreeing to? What? She nods, she pronounces who being. She's saying that's who she is? Because it says devil woman. Vile devil. Shake your head slowly. Nod. Devil. I don't know what I'm agreeing to. I'm googling this. Hopefully, I don't have to just like reload and try both. Joyce Messier, Vile Deal or Devil. What are these? What am I saying here? Nothing's coming up. Wait. No. Yeah, nothing's coming up here. Wait. Wait. Control F. I might have found something. Vile. Joyce, I am a blah, she says with a sudden flash of her teeth. A traitor. Okay. I forgive you, but only because you're charming. That's what I said. I don't get the same dialogue options as listed as this. All right, I'm just gonna say the first one. I don't know what I'm saying here.
I hope so. I hope we are able to continue as friends despite my scaly bulk. And the insanity, bloodshed, and transfer of wealth that took place here. It was not the plan all along.
Like, I'm gonna Google that term. What does vile deal mean? It just pulls up Disco Elysium. Yeah, this is some bad. This dialogue option up here was bad writing up here. Like, I need context. I'm saying things that I don't understand what I'm agreeing to. My guess is that what I said was she's not a vile dog because I shook my head slowly. I hope so. Okay. I hope we are able to continue as friends despite our my scaly bulk and the insanity, bloodshed, and transfer of wealth that took place here. It was not the plan all along.
When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
How's it going, Axel? Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the Eternal, caretaker government that keeps Martinaise a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinaise, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Dang.
Then for my daughters.
Woo.
We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
You're a patriot?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Seditious, huh? Alright, you're a smart woman.
Perhaps.
Her
My
earrings.
intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
No, or intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
And the crown on your head as you lay in the casket.
You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
Okay. So the last ones here we're gonna talk about. I'm not gonna try to make these skill checks here because I think I can come back and do this anytime I want. So maybe I'll level up some, maybe I'll put some points in some of those, maybe I'll find some stuff that gives me some temporary boosts. So we're gonna hold off on the This is a legendary skill check, an impossible skill check. So the likelihood of me being able to do these is very low anyways. So Esprit de Corps, let's see. Yeah. This is all the way up to 4 because of like clothing or something I'm wearing. Connection to Station 41. I'm just confused as to why that. What is. I guess you're asking about the police department? And then conceptualization is 5, and this is still only a 3% chance. I'm not a big fan of this skill anyways. Like, it doesn't seem important to me, but maybe it is. Understanding creativity, the art of the world. So, but there's still a chance that I'll end up increasing them somehow. What is this? Spreads your hands.
A bird? A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Am I really that awkward? I meant, what is this place? Am I really that awkward?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
I meant, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or 2.
What is 33A?
A pre-revolutionary tenement.
Hey, Private Tomcat
Old
and Axel. I
buildings
said hi to
with
Axel
tenants,
already, I
you
think.
see.
Though.
And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
You know, maybe maybe not though. I do remember seeing your comment of hello fellow psycho cop. But it might have been the process of saying something and then I meant to reply afterwards and then I forgot. I don't know. Pre-revolutionary tenant. Old buildings are called tenements. You see, and new buildings, tenements. After less, nouveau. Okay.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Bro, she can hear us from this far? From the dilapidated balcony, Cindy, the skull, gives Joyce the evil eye, a red paintbrush held to her throat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
What is that? Point to the Cindy skull. The skull.
The girl in the old lady rags.
Yes.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
He's in old lady rags? That's funny.
Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Explain the same thing but to a child. She's a rebel. There you go. I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself.
Yep.
Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead.
Yep. Basically like those goth punk people. They think they're like rebels. But no, they're just part of the system. They're just a different arm of the system.
All right. What next?
The system accounts for them.
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
I think I may be part of the infraculture.
And what would that be?
Her eyes go around with surprise, and what would that be? I'm gonna say disco. I feel like disco.
I can see that, yes. I dabble in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. I assure you, it was a thoroughly supracultural phenomenon. All permeating. Downright mandatory. Nothing infra about disco, baby.
Got this covered about another basic reality term. Your disco?
Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me.
The new?
The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now.
She raises an eyebrow at you. Sounds fun. I can't remember a single thing. Champagne. That doesn't sound like anything I could be into. With this, I'm straight edge. Got it. Let's take back to Reality Central next. No. It sounds fun. I can't remember a single thing.
Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there?
Wow. Guillaume Le Million. I was just thinking about that guy. Whatever happened to him? Got it. This one.
Ah, yes. This is not very central to reality, is it?
I still want to know.
I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease.
Which one?
All of them.
So you're saying he didn't vanish in a puff of stardust?
I'm afraid no. But then
All
again,
of them?
one can't be entirely sure. It's all part of his mystique. Ask someone else and you may get a more champagne-colored take. Anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we discuss?
I think that's going to be all for now. We'll save these 2 skill check ones for later.
Glad to have been of assistance.
All
The
of
little
them.
that I know. Anything else?
Okay. Boop. All right. Be able to pay off my tab now. Talk to this throat lady again. What's up? Saw you
Hello
doing gestures.
again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
I wonder if she's the one who bought my gun. I can't ask random women. I wish I could have gotten a description, at least like a hair color and average height type thing, you know, estimated height. The only thing about the recent murder, what are you doing in the wall? Keep looking off to the side. Yeah, that's good. This we can't interact with. I don't know why. That's, I think, the locked sound. I don't like the locked sound personally.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Cindy's artistic impulse are infectious. Interesting. I went from a 3% to an 8. Maybe I should level up conceptualization. I don't know. Maybe it is a decent thing. I think if it's white, it means it's locked. Which is better feedback than the sound of someone unlocking something, because that's what I take that other sound. That sounds like someone's trying to put a key in a lock and turn it. At least a video game version of it. Have I talked to this guy? I don't think I can talk to him. I think I'm just gonna get, yeah. Better mouth your watch around me. Yeah, I'll do my best. The spirit chirps and clicks and the swallow fill the air. Tire tracks onto the roof. The slush and rain are almost something. Can I pull up like my recent thing? I didn't read it. I was reading it out loud. I should have read it in my head like I normally do with those pop-ups. I got used to reading them in my head, and when I tried to read it out loud, I went real slow with it. So this is the pawn shop. We're good. We don't need that. Yeah, the time is pegged at 2 p.m. It doesn't go past that, so. I feel like now's a good time to get done some maybe make work stuff. Because it seems like this game has a time limit, possibly. I don't really know. If it does, it's not really that restrictive because, well, the fact that I can do what I'm doing now. So that was just an accident, really. I would have went to sleep before midnight. There she is. This is the other lorry driver, maybe? Before, I didn't talk to her because he asked me not
The woman
to.
still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays.
Well, I think we'll pass the day. I'm gonna try one more thing first. There was a fella over here. Can I get down there? No. I want to talk to this dude over here. And then we're gonna go to sleep. Well, then we'll pay off our tab and then go to sleep. Yep, he's still here. Okay, interesting. Alright, let's see what he has to say.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
Wait, what? Leo, in the future, can we keep this greeting shorter? I had some questions for you, if that's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
Okay. Doesn't really look like there's much to it. Can I just click on something on the map? Like in fast travel, maybe? Guess not. Legendary? Formidable? These are just people I've met here. These are found white checks. Those are white are available are now to try. There's a medium one here, measurehead. What was the white check there? Conceptualization. Oh, that would be me becoming a racist. Like internalizing his racist stuff in order to let me pass. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Speaking of internalizing, it showed me what I got before I started doing this. I don't like that I have to do it and then you so we're currently doing the 5th something, 4 hours and 37 minutes. I don't think I'm making progress in that anymore. I can zoom out even more. I'm not fond of the controls. All right. Made it back. 2 a.m. We're gonna pay our tab. I don't think he's gonna be happy about it. Is there a person there? That was a person kneeling. I thought that was their head, that was their body, and that was one of their legs. Just read all that.
Can I help you?
So, about the money I owe?
Yes. Have you got it?
How much do I owe you again?
A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window.
Exactly 130.
130 real.
That's exactly how much I got from the lady. Yeah, she's the solution. I have your money.
Well?
Slam the bill down on the counter. I hope you choke on it. Here, sorry for your trouble. Yeah, I'll apologize. Sorry for your trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
He's gonna be in the middle room. He opens his wallet.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
I'm not giving him his container key back. I might need it. Okay. So we could do some kind of midnight, not midnight, but late night. Yeah, balcony after. Join him at the Warrior League balcony after, calling it a day. Before we do that, let's click this.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
I'm glad I saved because now I need to load. Alright, let's go to the balcony. I wonder if this is something that automatically happens. A gust of briny wind washes over you.
Yes?
No. So I guess it's when we say goodnight to each other then. Talk on the balcony. Let me look at the journal again here. So I gotta find my money again. Call Alice back in the day. Him will answer any lingering questions you may have about the case and the RCM. Join him on the Whirlywig balcony after. I don't know. I feel like I am supposed to talk to him.
Yes?
Tell me about the case again.
What do you want to know?
Over the preliminary. Let's say this mysterious case. Now that we've inspected the scene, I want to know more about the pissing company. Can we go over the preliminary?
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again?
No.
There's no reason to wing anything. If you didn't get the brief, that's okay. I did. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Why does the debriefing say who the victim
A
was?
security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Why do you know
They
anything
didn't
about the caller?
identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify
That is
neither
very
the caller's
suspicious.
age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The Dock Workers Union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
So we're supposed to find the killer.
That's right.
Would you say this is a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
Why not?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
I was thinking something otherworldly might be involved, you know, like supernatural. So a white male in 40s, what's more you need? Personally, I think labor disputes are very mysterious. Okay. So the case probably isn't mysterious, but could it be sexy?
There was some interest in this case at my station, but not for the reasons you have in mind. You seem to wish there was
Maybe there's a young woman involved? Are you sure there's not some sex angle we should be considering? I guess that settles that. Young, let's do the first one.
It just so happens there's a beautiful blonde 19-year-old woman at the heart of this case. A rich one, in fact.
What?
Part of a murder sex cult.
What? He's made that up.
The weary tone is the surest indicator that the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
Wow, really? That's mega sexy. I want to play like as if I know. I don't have to be. It doesn't have to be a cult. It just be a murder. It doesn't have to be a murder. Wait, what was it again? No, it was murder. No. I'm not playing into that.
It can still be an otherworldly sex mystery in your head, with a dark twist even. He's basically challenging you to sex it up with some lurid twist. Don't get right into it. Sit on it a bit, then hit him with it.
Wait, what? Challenging you. The lurid twist. Don't get right. Now that we've inspected this scene, I want to know more about the pissing competition you mentioned.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
I see. This is a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I'm not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
It's very rare, but I've heard that in a few movies.
So he volunteered
Maybe
to
in a book or
represent
two?
the 57th, but not out of competitiveness.
I feel
On
like
the
it
contrary.
was a TV show, actually. So he volunteered to represent the 57th, not out of competitiveness, but out of on the contrary.
Somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are two columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills.
Close your eyes. So you volunteered to spoil it. For some reason I thought you had a hand in 4 solved cases. I thought you had 104 solved cases. Special about Mentony. Close your eyes.
The rows are endless.
Look for precinct 41.
Jean Vicmer, Judith Minot, a special consultant. What was his name? Then the rows degrade into green nothingness. Your brothers have left you.
Well, technically. The official record keeper has been known to double count murder-suicides.
A common accounting gimmick used to inflate precinct stats.
You're still a good cop, right?
I'm good enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came because I had to. My fellow officers, the sergeants in particular, would have made this scene into a circus.
I wonder what that says about me. That I was sent here. Raise an eyebrow thinking. I was sent to teach you a lesson in style. There can only be one conclusion. I am the finest case-solving machine sent to outperform you in every way imaginable. Surely he'll think that's sarcastic, right? I must be an augury, an apocalyptic omen sent by my people. Can you guess my message? I probably have an unbelievable kill count. I'm going to leave why I was sent unspecified. I'm gonna say I'm a case-solving machine. No, teach you a lesson in style.
Okay. Style me.
It's impossible to tell whether he's serious or joking.
Point to yourself. This is what a modern cop looks like. Lucid shoulders. You should ease up a bit. You need more looseness, that one.
No, I don't.
Damn.
I used to. Plain clothes did the trick. For both of us, it seems. Now,
Nods towards you.
was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition?
What's so special about
Not
Anthony's?
Martinez. Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
Okay, enough of the competition then. Tell me something else. This is not right, right?
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport.
Okay, enough of the
Yes,
competition.
it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
Why did the send me convince Kim there's a sexy dark mystery twist in the case? Oh, gosh darn it. Inlet Empire. Let me take a look at my stuff here. I already have a 3 in this, huh? What does it do for me? Hunches and gut feelings, dreams, and waking life. I don't mind putting a point in that. Still gonna fail. Why do you think the 41st sent me?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57.
Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of. Wait, no, that can't be right.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me to this case because I'm gonna F up? Like, just a joke?
I've considered it.
But it's not true, right?
I don't think I can say one way or another. I do think it's somewhat unlikely, though.
Why?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
You know what? We're going all in, boys. I'm trying my best to get this hunches and gut feeling dream and waking life. I probably got like a 50% chance. We're probably still gonna lose it though. So you are their finest. Please see me as a safe bet. So you are their finest.
I am the finest of nothing.
You see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke.
42.
And even if they did, They are in for a surprise.
Yo, he healed one of my morale by saying he doesn't think it was a joke. All right, here we go, boys. 42.
What if
Yo!
you did it?
Did what? The hangman?
Yes, you killed him. And then, as part of the plan, you drowned out the memory. Maybe this is why your chest feels so hollow. You did an awful thing. And you can't even bring yourself to acknowledge it.
That's the whole reason I barely ever mention this, because it's just too obvious.
Are you sure you would have the strength to take down a hardened mercenary? You're not in the best shape.
I think I may be the murderer. I killed the man and then tricked myself into forgetting about it. Keep it to yourself. This is a burden to bear. What nonsense discard. No, we're going to say the first one.
And what has led you to this conclusion?
My chest feels hollow, like I somehow did something terrible. I'm a bad person. I believe I could have done anything. Let's say the hollow thing like before.
That is a common side effect of overindulgence. It will pass. Besides, I doubt you could have taken down a hardened mercenary single-handedly.
He's passing his skill checks.
See? You're clearly not a man in your prime anymore.
Don't take it personally. It's just that security guards kept on by large corporations tend to be better trained and better armed than officers of the RCM.
Well, so this is good saying these things to him. It seems like we've worked this out. This probably would have healed another moral point if I needed it. So you're saying I didn't kill him?
I find that highly unlikely. It's not unusual for detectives to feel complicit in a crime until the perpetrator is apprehended, especially when the investigation is dragging. So let's get back to it, shall we?
All right, that's it then. I am tempted to do the "you should be following me" thing, as long as it doesn't mess anything up. I'm gonna reload. I just want to see what he says when I say it.
Yes?
You seem to be following me.
Excuse me?
What if I want to work on this? Beat it. You're cramping my style. Nothing, just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
How's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
Yes, but containers contain things. Shiny things. They're interesting.
That's racist. I don't prioritize containers. What? You're kidding me. Why containers?
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
The work of a painter, composer, or author regard collectively. A work of art, music, or literature. All right.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Okay, so that's what I thought might happen, but I wasn't sure. Wonder if there's going to be any new
The
dialogue
air
options
outside
open.
is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
I didn't know you smoked, Kim. How do you think today went? So, what are our powers exactly? I didn't know you smoked.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Would you shut up, electrochemistry? I think I might want to pick up smoking. Do you have more cigarettes? How did you get so cool, Kim? Alright then, the debrief. How did you get so cool?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
He flicks the ash.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
I don't think smoking is a good idea with my 1 hit point. But I feel like it would bond, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I should bond with Kim, and I feel like joining him for a nightly cigarette we would bond. Alright, let's do it.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly 1 cigarette every night while going over my notes.
Okay, that's fine then.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful.
I didn't want to do it anyways, really. How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it.
Finding that bullet's a big deal too. Oh, actually, I do want to load. Before I clicked on that door, there is, because time isn't passing, there is one final thing I wanted to do here, because this takes time. There's interactable objects that take time. So, interact.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but something's not right.
Who are you?
Gone.
What does it mean, the tattoo?
For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone close to the victim might know. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
Interesting. The old lady, did she say she could tell us about the tattoos? Yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind. In fact, let me put that in my note. I should have been taking notes on day 1, but I forgot. Okay. Tattoo picture. Someone who knows about history, or it was close to the victim. May tell me what the tattoo meant. Close to the victim was an obvious one, but knowing about history wasn't obvious to me. Put it away. Okay, interact. What was this again? This is the bullet. Okay.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower.
What do I do with you, bullet?
What?
I said, what do I do with you, bullet?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say find the weapon that shot me.
I don't know.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
Fill the bullet through the bag.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually in a cartridge.
You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. Okay, let's add a note for that as well. Jacketed bullets are rare. Most bullets muzzle. Alright. Inspect the bullet closer.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
Look at the jacket.
You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard.
And the core?
It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
Well, I actually know this. It's jacketed bullets close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
Says military grade breech rifle.
Highly unusual. The people of Revachol haven't carried breech-loading weapons like this for nearly half a century.
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
Let's save this skill check for later. The bullet has nothing more to say. Put it away. Now let's examine it
The
and make
bullet
sure
is still
Yes,
safely
okay.
sealed away in a plastic bag
So-
bearing the RCM stamp.
I can get some boost to my hand-eye coordination, possibly through some clothing changing, and for sure I might put a point in it at some point. We'll see. That's a big maybe. The clothing is going to be more likely. Okay. Elysium pants. Let's take a look at that. Interact.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Flip through the pages and see what catches your eye. Why antlers?
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and at the same time above it.
Why Friesel?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Flip through the pages.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international development, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
I want to catch up on the internal developments. What is considerable? Let's see what the means of local. Okay, editor's note.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership.
That's what commies do.
So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Play it cool. Pretend everything is in order. No, I'm gonna whisper. Psst. I think this is a communist magazine.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Internal developments.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bear wrestling. Flip back to that.
Reaction speed. All right, let me see that bear wrestling is all about. I only barely passed that. I'm glad I did.
It seems to be part of a new public fitness initiative in the People's
Public
Republic
fitness?
of Samara, SRV, devised and promoted by none other than President Kanajinsky himself.
Wrestling bears for fitness?
According to this extremely credulous account, Uncle Sport, as he's affectionately
Hey,
known
Formula.
to his people, has recently decreed bear wrestling the national sport of the SRV.
Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I heard about the newest patch. My Switch probably already updated it automatically. Hang on, tell me more about the Uncle Sport. When it says bear wrestling, does that mean like 2 bears are wrestling each other, or Uncle Sport?
Based on the description in this article, he appears to be an extremely competent and democratically elected president. Sapormat Sport Kanajinsky is well into his 3rd decade as president of the SRV. Outside Samara, he's known for 3 things: brutal repression of internal dissent, monumental corruption, and a near pathological obsession with physical fitness.
Great, now let's get with the bear on to the bear wrestling.
It's quite straightforward. A standard match features 1 man, or in some cases woman, against 1 bear. 2 competitors, 1 ring, 5 rounds, or until incapacitation. According to the SRV's Ministry of Information, the program has been a tremendous success. Public support stands at 87%, and youth obesity and alcoholism rates are down 12% and 7% respectively. This is the SRV we're talking about. If you think those are the real numbers, there's probably a guy who wants to sell you a bridge in Lachette.
I guess it's hard to fight a bear if you're out of shape. I guess it's hard to fight a bear if you're drunk. That one and
That's
that one.
very much the idea. President Kaczynski has long maintained that a strong body is the best defense against capitalist aggression. In shape, out of shape, you've always preferred to rely on your wits.
So that would probably be, there's so many things that my brain tells me that would be super different if depending on my stats. I have 1 point in my stat, my strength stat, and 5 in my intelligence. So we would see a very different reaction here if like I had, if my stats were distributed differently. Kim, do you think there's any chance our case will take us to the SRV? Why?
The Samaran People's Republic? No, I should expect not. Why do you ask?
I was thinking it would be fun to fight, to see a bear fight. I was thinking it might be fun to partake in a bear fight.
I suppose that would be something to see.
The lieutenant seems amused at the thought of you wrestling a bear.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
What is
Takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. Why they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you. It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tourney, a critical Mazovian perspective. The Tip Top Tourney is an inter-Isolari racing series.
This book has a lot
mostly
to go.
known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death
I
toll.
wonder what this is going to help
In
me
Revachol,
with.
it's held quadrennially on the prestigious Zero Carousel.
So
racing
something this might
circuit.
give me some insights into dealing with the dock worker people. I don't know. The profile. All right, let's see what these communists have to say about Tip Top. I read the profile.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
All right, let's see about these communists have to say about the Tip Top.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers.
I'm glad I did this before I went to sleep, because this would have eaten up a whole bunch of my time tomorrow reading this magazine.
Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tourney.
Wait, what's wrong with the Tip Top?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships. And then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically.
Hang on, who wrote this stuff? What's bad about sponsorships? What's wrong with a good motor crash? They just keep it. They keep it into. Who wrote this stuff?
Oddly enough, this article has two bylines: Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. There's no way those are real names.
Why aren't they real names?
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms.
What's bad about sponsorships?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tourney becomes a
Reduced.
competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a fritter.
That maybe communists reduce it to that, but anyone who's not commie scum would just say that it's supported by. Like, like that's. I feel like that is something some commie scum would do. It's like if there's two groups of people who are wanting to play sports and entertain people, and that they want that to be their profession. They want to entertain people for a profession. Now, let's say that they try to do this, but they don't have the income to do this in a way that entertains people very well. They can very infrequently do it because they have to do it on their spare time and things like this. Well, then they're creating less entertainment for the people who want to be entertained. Now, if they can for a chance get some sponsorships, maybe throw a couple of ads onto the side of their vehicle or whatever they're using to entertain, you know, like the billboard or something, depending on what kind of sport it is, right? Suddenly, they can do it a lot more. The focus is still the entertainment. It's just, it's entertainment with a side of advertising to make sure you can get even more of it. Like That does sound like some bullshit the commies would do. They were like, it's not. This isn't a racing competition. This isn't these two people racing each other. This is Tide racing against freaking, I don't know, some other detergent. But that's not the case. Literally everyone else on the planet who would enjoy that would say they know their favorite racer. I can't name a racer. I don't like race car stuff myself. I don't dislike it. I'm not entertained by it. But anyone who watches that, anyone who watches football or any of these other sports or any other of these sources of entertainment, they know what their favorite thing is. And their favorite thing isn't the advertisements. They know that that's just a necessary evil to make sure that they can consume more of the entertainment thing that they want. And commies can't pretend like they don't like entertainment too, because they do. In fact, their entertainment tends to be more toxic, because the thing they tend to be entertained by is people suffering. Right, but then you get to see them crash.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest.
I don't believe that's the case. I also think probably the most exciting thing about a car race is a car accident, but I don't want that to happen. If I was sitting at a car race, I would be insanely bored 100% of the time unless a car accident happened. But then I would be concerned for the people who got in the accident. I'd be like, whoa, are they okay? What happened? Oh my God. Like now I'm like amped up. Like what's going on? I do not think that people who are fans of race car stuff are only entertained by the crashes. I think they're just genuinely entertained by the sport. Even if it's just some people going around in circles, it's something they enjoy. Because otherwise, why the hell would they spend so long watching it? When all they need to do is watch the highlight afterwards and say, oh, okay, instead of spending all this money and going to these things or watching it on TV, where I've seen people watch like NASCAR on TV. I was like, what are you doing? How is this entertaining to you? But you know what they would do if they were only entertained by the crashes? They would let those cars go around the track for hours on end while not watching something else. And then after it was done, they would just watch the highlights of some people crashing cars. The entertainment is the entire activity. Even if I can't understand it.
At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
Yeah, no, there we go. No, I'm pretty sure I like it for the... I don't like it. I really am just watching it for the violence. I can't... I don't like race cars. I'm just gonna pretend like I do.
Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, it's the visions of brand names being engulfed in flames that you crave.
I guess I've never thought about it that much.
That's because you haven't been reading critically. But don't worry. The whole point of these sorts of articles is to let someone else read critically for you.
Yeah, I was about to say there is nothing in communism where the individual can criticize something. They don't look into anything critically. What their betters, the leaders of their groups, tell them what they should be criticizing, and they tell them exactly how they should be criticizing it. You know why? Because if they're allowed to just freely critique things on their own, they're going to critique communism, which will immediately fall to critique. Because, oh boy, that's one failure of an ideology. Kim, this article says there's no one really watches Tip Top Tony for the races.
Oh, come on. Can this article read your mind?
It seems to think so. No, I guess not.
Well, there you have it. No reason to get hung up on the pretentious ramblings of a few young men.
Pretentious indeed.
If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race.
Indeed.
I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
Indeed.
You flip back to the front of the magazine.
See what they
The
mean by
table
local
of
concerns.
contents unfolds. Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Some of this stuff it does a bad job at. Journal-wise, it has these 4 things here. They have communism, fascism, ultra-liberal, and moralist. Communism seems to be straightforward. They seem to be representing it pretty accurately. The good and the bad. The little good that there is. The little good that there is in communism is the words. Literally, that's it. Because their actions do not reflect what they say. They don't represent fascism almost at all. There's only been a few conversations where you can do the race stuff of fascism, where superiority and things like that. What they seem to represent as fascism is patriotism. So that's just not the case. That's not what that is. Ultra liberal is not liberalism. It's I don't really know what the hell ultra liberal. And moralist is the closest I can say would be conservatism, but not what you would think like an American conservative, more like just a like the word taken for its literal meaning. Just like trying to conserve everything and keep everything the same as much as possible. So if you're a patriot in any way, you seem to get a point in fascism. If you're if you are a if you believe that things should be left alone, you seem to get moralist. If you believe in rights of the individual, and if you think that's communist, you get communist. Even though like rights of the individual is not no, I shouldn't say rights of the group. If you believe in rights of the group and any other various communist thing, then you seem to get points in that. If in your dialogue, if your dialogue options fall on these, and I still don't have my finger on ultra liberal. I spoke to that lady quite a bit. She talked about what ultra liberal is, and I don't really know. In fact, what I would like to do is see if I can get a quick overview, maybe. Let's see if I can go Disco Elysium. What is ultra liberal? Let's see if we can get a little bit of an understanding of it. The ideology. Okay, I've scrolled down ideology itself. Ultraliberalism proposes that the state interference in commercial is immoral. Okay. And disturbs the self. So this sounds, so far, based on that alone, it sounds like, what do they call it? The anarchist, I can't remember what they call them. The anarchist liberals, the ones that are, there's a word for them. The ones who believe there shouldn't even be a state. The ones who are like, everything will just magically take care of itself, and gangs of like criminals won't get together and take over the country if we just get rid of the government altogether. Surely it'll just work out. Idiocy, just pure idiocy. Based on this alone, there has to be some level of interference. You can't allow complete freedom of commerce. You just can't. They will use the power that they have and wealth to destroy the people under them. The free market does not work on 100% freedom. It just doesn't. But most of the problems with the free market are caused by government interference. That is true. But there still should be government interference in a subtle and sometimes direct way when it comes to exploitation on a massive scale of the workers and multiple companies working together to basically create oligopolies and monopolies to remove all competition. I believe personally all interference with corporations should be done for two reasons. And reason number one is safety of the consumer. So, you know, someone shouldn't be allowed to sell something that they claim is a cure to a disease, and really it's a poison that kills that person. So, safety of the consumer. Because we've already proven it. It doesn't matter if that something kills someone. They'll keep selling it and they'll get away with it, and lawsuits won't stop them. Like, the only thing that ends up stopping them is the government. And number two is the preservation of competition. Those are what I think the government should interfere for. The safety of the consumer and the preservation of competition. This is one of the reasons why I think copyright law needs to be thrown out, and it needs to be only like just a couple years. If you copyright something, you get 2 years, maybe 3 or 4 years tops. Because it's in its current form, copyright law completely undermines the spirit of competition. Like, there's no competition. The copyright law was made to encourage innovation in competition. And when it was originally made, it literally was only a few years. But because corporations kept lobbying the government for and giving them more and more and more and more money, they extended it. Now it's human lifetimes. And all that competition that was there, that was created, because originally it was created to reward people for being innovative. They create a new thing, they're allowed to get a few years to make tons of money from it with no one else being able to make a knockoff. But after a few years, it opens up and everyone can make knockoffs. Now, if you wish to continue to make money, it's time to innovate. You're the one who invented this damn thing. Surely you can modify it and improve it in some way and make new shit to make new money. You have more capital now after all that money you made. There was a whole purpose in copyright law. Now it's the exact opposite of that. The entire purpose of copyright law is to prevent innovation. Like I said, that's what it does now with the wild amount of length. Okay, so let's move on. Let's continue. And disrupt self-regulation, nature of the market, represented by the spectral hand, which ensures that everybody gets what they work for. They are also against taxation. Oh, damn, that sounds good. Believing that it to be death. So basically, they are those people, which is weird because in the game they are a government. So, and argue that the zone of control of the Gossamer state is a shame, given that the tax is still collected through the indirect modes. Ultraliberalists also value diligence and duty in the pursuit of wealth. The Revolution, the cultural movement of the new, which took place in the 30s, is said to exemplify free market economy and ultraliberalist values. It emphasizes partying, disco music, ostentation, and champagne. Despite that, ultras are seen poorly in Revachol, and many do not reveal their political stance, being seen as traitors to both the royalists and the communists. Both groups that I'm not fans of. Some ultras, such as Rejoice, claim that the group is squandering their chance at sovereignty by voluntarily surrendering Revachol to the coalition after they fall the commune. Believe that they have to defend it and kept it. They could have defended it and kept it for themselves. Extremely rich ultra liberals are said to have a secret knock to identify each other, known as the. I'm not reading that. Its patterns. Yeah, I'm not reading that either. Okay. The rest seems like possible spoilers, so I'm not reading that. Okay, so that gives. So basically, the what do they call, anarcho-capitalists or something? I can't remember. Maybe that's what they're called. I don't remember what they're called. There's a group of people that are basically supposedly capitalists, but they're anarchists at the same time, and they just believe that there shouldn't be a government and this and that, and just everything will just magically work itself out somehow, which is complete bullshit. Okay. Let's see. Find the murder weapon, so that's a new thing.
You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta.
Disco Elysium. What is a moralist ideology? Moralists stand out from other ideologies as quite unique in the world history of Elysium, standing for an admixture of parliamentary democracy with a clause for electing an historical. Yeah, I'm not reading all that shit. Okay. Individuals innocent as the blah 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 blah. Moralists are represented by a union of center left and center right parties from the nations of the Real Belt. A moralist's biggest zone of influence, which shares cultural similarities and unified legal system, made to account for the innocent rule. Moralists see themselves as the heirs to the place, believing in the preservation of humanity, democratic values, and promoting progress through incremental change. The official color of moralist signal is blue. Oh, I think he's a moralist down there. He's represented by his motto, a blue forget-me-not, a piece of the gray sky. I remember that. The Morlin turn, like the something something, is now restricted to use in considering overly strict weaponry. Okay, I don't want to read that. Moralist law also subsumes into itself a number of international treaties and agreements. This includes the first blah blah. Okay, that seems boring. I'm not reading that. Okay. So moralists are like moderates, basically. That do okay. I know what. Okay.
Finally, there's a brief article by the writer G. Martin accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
So the game does a bad job at like the thing, because I would consider myself, based on my current beliefs in real life, to be somewhere in between these things. But these are the two things I have the least of. I find both of these ideologies to be repugnant. Vile, disgusting people believe in these two ideologies. And the reason why I'm willing to say that is because there's no way that you, if you're not, you're either vile and disgusting because you accept what these ideologies are and they do, and you're fine with that, or you're just an idiot. There's that one too. You could just be an idiot who just is in complete denial about reality and what, like, in the history of the world and these ideologies and what they result in every damn single time. So either I think you're vile and disgusting because you accept what they are, which means you're like, yeah, we will bring about the utopian society on Earth if only we kill a few 100 million more people. Or you're like, nah, that's all bullshit. That didn't happen. Damn communists should have killed a lot of them when they had the chance. If it weren't for the wild pines, all those moochers would be out of a job. Charging rent just to live somewhere is pretty outrageous. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if labor and capital would reach some reasonable accommodation? Why should I care? This one.
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition.
Hold on, what is this coalition?
Judging from the context, it's something very large and fundamental. You should probably know about it already, honestly.
Got moralist for that. I knew I would too. Now that I understand what these two things are, I know when I should be getting points in them. And I have an idea when I'm going to get a point in fascism. It's basically if I say anything even slightly patriotic.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents.
Magazine away. Alright.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's bare. What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
You must be mistaken. I'm a real radical. That's me, Mr. Reasonable. Someone's got to keep it sane around here. This is because I keep saying none of the above in political stuff, isn't it?
It's also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
First, this is the Kingdom of Conscience. Talk. No more talk. Sign it. Sign me up for a passport. No, I'm too fiery for the watercolored ideology. I'm trying to develop more extreme and interesting opinions. I wonder if I can become both. Because that would actually be... like, I could accept this. I would prefer to be both, though. Because I'm somewhere in between. First, where is the Kingdom of Conscience?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
How do we bring it back about these circumstances?
Incrementally. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
But what about all the things that are wrong now? Okay, but what's this Kingdom of Conscience actually like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Sounds incredible. Ellen's. Let's go there, opt in. Oh, I got 2 opt-outs. Interesting. Seems fine. That seems fine. I still want to live for the present, though. Man, that sounds kind of terrible. We'll opt in.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
Oh, right. Let's get there eventually.
That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
So I've got a new thing. Kingdom of Conscience. Half-light. Oof. That's gonna bring me down to like 0 half-light, I think. But we'll do it. We'll internalize that since it's gonna be one of our main things. Can't do it right now. I need to buy another point in this the next time I level up. Yeah, 15 more experience points. Okay. Save.
This is the door to the room you...
Just a moment.
We'll go through this dialogue with him really quickly. Since I forgot about the books that I wanted to read and stuff.
The lieutenant is silent for a moment.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost.
I say all the same things.
But I also remember you wanted... I have a cigarette.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me.
Because he gets so cool.
You mean this?
Keeping the habit within the parameters is... Yet, were he to quit...
And then the
Yes.
debrief.
It's been a long and even.
You think today wins?
Well, I would say then you shot the body down.
Damn straight.
Which
I'm a
was
super cop. I'm a
Quite a shot.
I'm a sharpshooter. Oh, this is new. I missed this. What happened? He didn't say this last time. I'm straight. Okay, hold on. I wouldn't say initial inspection was very thorough. A solid leads to follow-up. Then you shot the body down, which was he pauses searching for the right word. Quite the shot. Damn straight. I'm the sharpshooting cop. It was nothing really. It was just doing my job. I was inspired by your confidence in me, Kim. I just can't wait to shoot more shit. I think I was born with a gun in my hands. No, we're gonna say we're inspired by Kim, alright? We're gonna be good partners with Kim.
I admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. Moreover, you found that the hanged man wasn't just hanged, he was also shot. That was some excellent detective work. And you managed to locate and pull out the bullet, so we can get ballistics, make off the gun. All this is invaluable.
It was the least I could do, given all my past mistakes. This is a sorry cop option again. No, I'm a
The rest is
professional.
up to the boys in processing. Maybe they will surprise us by doing their job for once, but I wouldn't count on it.
Earned a little self-confidence.
We also performed a thorough search of the crime scene. All in all, we handled the situation very professionally. Now for the interviews.
That's my forte. Unlike most cops, I understand how important communication is in our line of work. I love doing interviews, and people love me. They love bathing in my glory. The initial interviews, yes. Well, we talked to some people. I wish we didn't have to do any of the interview. I'm gonna say they love bathing in my
I
glory.
hope your confidence will translate into results, officer. We didn't get to meet Everard Clare, but we did get into the harbor. It'll be easier to reach him tomorrow. We tried to interview the Wild Pines rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
Is that true? Is it because what if I didn't ever do the running? What if I just slow walked everywhere? I don't like to waste time, you know? Mine moves fast and the rest of me tries to keep up. Training for long distance run. I want to raise money for charity. Yeah, that's how we roll in Precinct 41. I don't know why I do things I do, Lieutenant. The first one.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
What if I wasn't wearing my shoes? He nods thoughtfully. I bet you it would have accounted for, especially with you not even wearing shoes. He just said something. He nods thoughtfully, tapping his cigarette.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. So, what are our powers exactly?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
What else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Oh, indirectly, as citizens can always request records and local station officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. Grounds, it undermines the trust in the RCM. So he seemed to, like, the way his dialogue seemed earlier on in the game, it seemed like bribery was just part of the job and it was not even frowned on. Like, it was like part of that, like that's almost like they're getting tips. But here it seems to contradict that. So I was rethinking that. I was thinking that for funds I might be willing to take something if it was a small, not that big a deal thing, like a like an offense that where no one was getting hurt type of thing going on. But if he does think it's immoral, then it probably is immoral in this time, right? So it wouldn't be standard cop thing. It would be like it would be only I think the only reason it's seen as standard is because everyone's doing it, but it's still immoral. So that's going to be something I avoid then for sure. I thought it was actually just standard procedure the way he talked about it beforehand, but now I'm seeing it differently. And he himself has those hubcaps that I think he confiscated from some. So that's why I thought it was just standard. Arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, yeah, give them a station call, which prevents them. Wait, how can you be sure the arrest will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
And if someone is
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
So if I kill someone while on duty, what happens if happens to the people convicted?
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
What happens to the people who we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps on his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. And who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark. Let's say it was the citizen of Revachol. Let's say it was... I actually wasn't paying enough attention to that last one. Or perhaps it's better to say that we are allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or coalition government founded the RCM. Let's say it was the citizens of Revachol.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the Moralinton leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
Didn't know you smoked, Kim. Okay, we're back to here. The Moralinton, what is it?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
Oh, I didn't know the newest patch actually helped with FPS as well. That's cool. If I didn't know how to describe them. The Moralist Internationals are the world's largest political organization. He pulls on a cigarette. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolutionary failed. I really don't know. That's how bad it is. Point to your head.
Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
What do you think of them?
The Moralintern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
Who was Dolores
A
Day?
historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
I have an opinion on the Moralintern conclude.
Do you?
Things are bad out there. Point to the city. We need them here giving us the right to police Revachol. They've done an awful job here. Have you seen this place? This isn't humanism. We are stooges of the world's biggest organization. Protecting mutter silently. Immigrants, liberal, kips, effing men, earning. On second thought, I don't. Things are bad out there. Point to the city. We need them here. Right to.
In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Yeah, vigilantes doesn't sound.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Alright, say nothing and just look out into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. 2 glowing circles.
That'd be artistic. Visual calculus. Reconstruct crime scenes, make laws of physics work, or law. Shouldn't that be... no. Conceptualization. Shouldn't that be conceptualization? Understanding creative, see art in the world. Why is that visual calculus instead of conceptualizing? That was something artistic.
They really don't like us here.
It was a very
And
flowery
also
way of
that
thinking about
kid,
things.
Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock, in the GRIH.
Why are they here?
It's our
Like,
fault for leaving this
why are they
place
like
to the
this?
dogs, to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock, Ingri.
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument heading into the sky. So the horse on the right.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here, at least do some good. Yeah.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Weird. Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Yep, I was about to say that should have gave me a skill point. We're gonna use that skill point right away to unlock you, and go ahead and internalize this right off the bat. We're going all in right away with that. I don't think I'll make progress while sleeping, by the way, because it's something I have to. And I'm contemplating these thoughts as I'm doing things. That's one of the reasons why sometimes it gives me a negative in stats, because I'm distracted. Like, I'm thinking about this kingdom of conscience as I'm investigating, and so, oh, I didn't know I should have unlocked that one instead. Well, that stinks. Hello. Quick save was, but before that, no. I was hoping there was an auto save after the thing, but there wasn't. Oh well, it is what it is. See you in the morning, indeed. He's walking with that book out. All right, we can collect a few of these bottles. Can't collect the giant bottle though for some reason. We need to make enough money for the next day. Oh, there's another one there. That one there? Yes, it is. I don't see any more. Can I take a bath?
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you.
I want to live forever with the corpse smell. Memento. No, run a bath.
The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons.
Undress, close your eyes, and submerge.
The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting. Like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks. Like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely. And so tired.
Take the beer cans out.
Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub.
Imagine something.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature.
Linger in the tub.
Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools.
Oh, I would have gotten a hit point back. Get out.
The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
I took a bath. Done. There was a quest to take a bath? I didn't... Was there? I don't know what let me take a look at my clothing. Changed anything about my stuff? I can't. Okay. My clothes are all still dirty. Oh. Those didn't give you. Okay. Those are the keys I have. Bookstore, back door, union card. Alright, let's do a quick save. Click on you.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore.
What?
It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression.
I have +4 and I only get a 3. Electrochemistry impossible. That's crazy. Alright. I think that's... Wait, another bottle? Is that? Yep, that is. Sneaky bottle! Alright. I need all the money I can get. It sucks I can't grab that bottle.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours.
Crawl in. Sheets look awful.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
Gonna dream for sure.
And then sleep doesn't come.
But why? I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat and grease.
Check the blanket.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing, a bit tense in the muscles. Relax. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Roll over to the other
It's
side.
a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
We're gonna lean in. Who killed him?
Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
Fall asleep now.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell? I actually move about in my sleep. Disco ball? What? Yo, what the hell? A disco ball and himself? What kind of trippy dream is this?
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
I was born in a hospital where people usually go to die. I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Tell me what this is. I'm not answering before you tell me who you are. What is this?
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone.
When speaking to myself in a dream, I called myself Harry. So I think his name might be Harry Disco. Now we just got to figure out his last name.
Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life?
It's not the. This isn't the corpse. You can see from the face. This isn't the corpse. This is him. This is him being hung. He's not talking to himself as the corpse. And the belt buckle isn't a buckle anymore. It's a disco ball. Reality will turn into grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you do to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Said who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
I was left? What does that mean? I left?
Oh no, funky baby, you stayed.
Oh, I left her, she left me.
Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back. I don't want to. I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
Talk to you. Come back from. What is Elysium?
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history.
So we're 3,000 years in the future?
You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them.
We don't have that many people.
Really fucked up.
We don't have that many people for this many thousands of years into the future. I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you.
It's a bloated corpse of a drunk.
You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. sweating up the bear.
Ancient reptilian brain. You know what? The drunk is dead, though. I'm not gonna drink if it lets me choose. So, the symbolism. Continue.
Stinky boy.
Shut up, limbic system. I just took a bath. I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type?
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry.
I'm wearing my clothes.
Time to go to work in the shit factory.
I am in the shit factory. What's new about this? Why is it saying something new is here? Maybe I can do new interactions? Wait, why did all this change? Reaction speed, rhetoric. Orange bum hat? Why are these drama? Chemistry. Physical shivers, authority.
Good going, buddy.
Oh my god, what was the hell was that? I just had the most beautiful dream, uplifting, rejuvenating. Is that how it's going to be now that when I close my eyes?
Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it.
What?
It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What chick?
You don't know? You don't know? Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does.
What the hell's going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
No, that's not it, really. I feel super good. Why is this happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline.
Oh, volition. Hold on. Hold yourself to keep your morale up. I need to put some points in there. They might force me to take drugs. Need to get more of it than detecting my life. No, I can take this. I am not going to go looking for speed. Let's say, wait, what is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war against the world.
Wonder if I'm gonna have negative stats because of this. And no, I can do this without.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
The lie, I can do it without the speed. Half the town won't be dead. Opt out.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shellman. See how you do without your spark.
Probably gonna not get some bonuses that I could have gotten if I took it. There might have been like some bonuses, but a few negatives at the same time.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore.
I'm not interested in getting rid of that smile. Why would I be? Let's see, any new things to pick up? Can't knock on the door. I guess he's waiting for me downstairs.
The door is closed. Still nothing.
Okay. Whoa. Breakfast. Where? What is this? Oh, there he is. Good morning.
Morning.
He gives you a quick nod.
I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him decomposing in my MC wouldn't let me sleep.
Thanks.
I'm just glad he's gone. We have other matters to attend to.
My next stat point gain is 45 experience. Okay.
The lieutenant is downplaying his contribution. He got up before sunrise to get this done. And now he's quite pleased with himself for taking care of the gruesome business so efficiently.
I wonder if there is a way. Like, I see this plus here, but I don't know if you can increase the overall points. Oh, you gotta click on this and then this. Oh, interesting.
The Union muscle finally turned up, and they look rowdy. We need to talk to them.
Why do we need to talk to them? What do you mean, rowdy? Are they the men that Garcia told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
What do you think?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Why do we need to talk to them?
Everything points to the Dock Workers Union. The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But
Maybe
still
we
need
should
to
call
talk
for
to them,
reinforcements.
and it won't be easy. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Interesting. Okay. We need a few more bucks.
Just a moment.
The woman turns back to the cafeteria manager.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
The cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway.
Turns back to
I'm
you
glad
with
to see you again,
a
dear.
blurry smile.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Good day, ma'am. Everything all right? Sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Tell me how I might be make it up to you. Let's say howdy, Lena. What's kicking?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working.
A faint smile tells you she appreciates the effort, but at the moment her mind is on more serious matters.
I know of a way to make a call.
The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
So what's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
Why did you need to use a...
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night. But they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them.
Uh-oh.
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Sounds more like a side thing. I need to take care of my... Oh, well, I'll buy. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
What was your... what kind of expedition was your husband on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Wait, who's the Gary person? The waterlock... who's this Gary person?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
The waterlock to the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck over there.
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock?
Probably some technical problem.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
Gamer boy, cryptozoological mysteries. Maybe we'll find the Bigfoot and a rare insect.
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here, or if I get there. The task. I really spent too much time on this side case as it is. Reject that. Hell no. Help the lady
Oh, you're
out.
such a
Gave you a
dear.
pin.
Thank you, sweetie.
Your husband is some kind of scientist.
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is cryptozoology?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
You're a gamer boy?
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
The cryptozoologist's wife.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby.
Profession.
Dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
Tell me more about the Morel looks character and your relationship. Oh, what's this? Oh! Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids. Hell yeah!
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey Lena, I'd like to hear about some of them cryptids you study. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
Here we go, gamer boy. Hope we get Bigfoot.
One cryptid, not a couple. One.
Damn
This
it,
won't turn
Kim.
into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
He's cramping our style, man. Cryptid extravaganza. I like the sound of that.
And I don't. Just one.
Damn it, Kim. All right, one a day. I'll compromise. One a day.
Ooh, tough choice there.
No! The biggest cryptid. All right, gamer boy. I think you're gonna have to vote on this one since you're a big fan of cryptids. What is the biggest cryptid? What is the tiniest cryptid? What is the most dangerous cryptid? Is that a cryptid on the pin you gave me? They got the pin. The pin. It has a little monkey on it. Are there any invisible cryptids? This has been educational. Sadly, we have to discuss something else. All right, I gotta go pee. I'm going to leave that up so you can decide. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. You haven't decided yet? All right. I'll give you another minute. The question's right there. All the questions are there. Thorin. Got more coffee brewing off the same beans, so it'll be like a watered down coffee. Let's see. Let's go with big or go home. What's the biggest cryptid? I'm thinking it's gonna be Nessie. That's what I'm thinking. I think it's gonna be Nessie. Alright, what is the biggest cryptid?
That would be the giant of Coconur.
Coconur. That would be the giant of Kokonor.
The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
Hold up now. A giant in a desert. How does it get that much water? Wait, what do you mean strange light? And just how big is it? What do you mean strange light?
Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
Does not elaborate the nature of the luminance further. And just how big is it?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
What the fudge? That's a big Bigfoot. Is it dangerous?
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Who here? No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
And the food and water to support such a beast, how can that be in a desert?
Great. This is great shit. You need more.
Inland Empire. What is that again? Hunches and gut feelings, dreams of waking life.
Gravity anomaly. Dig in it. Dig in this parascientific stuff right here.
Oh, Kim's probably gonna stop us. I'm gonna try though. What would be the next one you would want? I'm gonna try, but Kim's probably gonna stop us. We got the tiniest, the most dangerous, the cryptid that's on the pin, possibly. Are there any invisible cryptids? And the most dangerous. Okay. Here we go. Hopefully he doesn't stop us.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
But Kim, don't you want to hear about another cryptid too? Right on. We can move on for now. It'd be dishonorable to renege on my promise. I didn't promise anything, but sure.
He nods approvingly.
I'll be back to ask about more cryptids later. Tell me more about Morale. Looks character, your relationship.
Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
What does your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
What? His eye color, his hair color, his height. Let's try again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
Okay. Shorter than me. It was long-ish, not long, long-ish white hair. Uncombed. And he might say wild thing. The husband of Lena.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
On him. How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How did the two of you meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident. And he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
You married her after she was put in a wheelchair. Interesting.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I think I have all the information I need. Let's move
I
on.
hope I've been useful.
Tell me, oh wait, tell me about a rare insect your husband is looking for. Yeah, that's actually, technically we can ask about this cryptid and get away with it.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about it.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
What the hell is a phasmid?
Ah yes, Phasmatodia, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast, hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
She looks you in the eye and nods thoughtfully.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
He hates this.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
Does it have cool powers? Well, what do you think the phasmid is around?
Well,
What
some
makes you think it?
teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you
Of
have?
course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
I'm really excited about this
I
cryptid.
suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even.
Okay, so what's special about the stick bug then?
Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
Woman's face flushes with information.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish
Like
you
to
could hear him
more
describe
about
it.
more cryptids.
Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
That's all for now, ma'am. Wow. We did that burnt up a lot of time. Let's ask him about the phone.
Can I help you?
About my bill for tonight. Here's your trash key. I just saw another thing.
Another thing.
So
Great.
the phone line is
I
dead.
love those. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
Is it true that there's been foul play?
Who told you that?
I would never disclose my sources. That would be dishonorable. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that one.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related.
After the hanging,
Plenty
huh?
of arseholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill.
Huh, we can't ask more questions.
Yes?
Interesting. Let's talk to this fellow over here. tomatoes are thinly sliced. You can see through them.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod,
You've encountered an error. Will you
acknowledging
send
your
the
presence.
leave? Now, quick save.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod.
Leo said you're friends with
acknowledging
Meow.
your
Is that
presence.
true? What is the borscht you're making there?
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Mercury rising. Run your fingers through your hair.
Borscht need more vodka?
He looks at the soup, then at you. He picks up the bottle from the shelf.
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Nod and turn your fingers clockwise. Turn the vodka up. No. Turn counterclockwise. Cut it. Yeah, cut it.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Okay, no, I'm not getting a, I'm gonna have to Google this. Save. Alright, so Disco Elysium. Can you increase your stat points? Because, like, maybe I have to save up a certain amount of them or something. The only way to increase your stat is temporarily through substance abuse. Like, I have 1 in physics. Can I increase it when I level up instead of taking a perk? Nope. The only way to increase your stats is by using substances. That's not good. 1 blast tomorrow. Oh, if you mean you can increase your HP tomorrow, it looks like a tinker. Perhaps help me understand the stats, the under leveling system. Hi, so I'm starting the game. I'm about my stats are blah blah blah, and I put 1 into drama because I think this sounds like it's being useful. Now, should I max the stat until it hits 5 or spread it out? Let up where a skill you enjoy most. Yeah, exactly. So I don't think you can increase your stats. And everything else is just guides, best stats, best skills. I don't want to read. Okay. Then what is this plus? Let me Google plus sign next to stats. Disco Elysium. Oh, you know what? I think it is plus. No, that still doesn't make sense. Disco Elysium plus next to stats. Maybe it's the plus, and then there would be a number here for the drugs or something. Or maybe it's 5 plus. See, that doesn't make sense because you notice I already have 5. So 5 plus that doesn't make sense. Like, my logic is 4. So it would be 5 plus 4. That doesn't make sense. No, my overall logic is 4 because I'm getting a negative from something. This plus here is obnoxious. Like, if you can't increase your stats, I hate that's there. Leo said you're friends with Mana, is that true?
The mention of Manana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
Point
He
to the
looks
door.
up at you, then looks away quickly. Shrugging is an international sign for no, I...
All right. I'm going to level put a point in this. Derealization. Can't remember what I got that for. Improve research. Yeah, I don't know. Is that drunk here? Oh, he's missing. He's just gone now. This guy I still can't talk to. Oh, I know her. She's the one lady. Let's save.
Let me handle this.
The woman says the crowd is a mess hall, but turn
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
What? You're the gardener. I just wanted to know more about this place before I check it out. Is that normal? You're the gardener.
No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
Crosses our arms.
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
Points to the man on the
That's
right.
Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What if I want to talk to you, not Titus? What are you going to do to me? Why are you so aggressive?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
That's a stupid thing to say.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
Tall, broad-shouldered man takes a sip of the beer.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
Needs a financial buffer zone. No need to get him. Privatization is not unlawful. It's cool and funny. Maybe you're just not historic individual. I don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. The RCM is principled. Wrong. Like you socialists. I like that. Good start. Let's take a step further on uprising. What? Yeah, let's do the question asking bit.
Let's.
Your role in all of this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
What if I want to talk to you
What
instead?
you want is of no significance, officer.
What are you gonna do
Don't-
to me? Satisfied with? He is satisfied with the. He is not satisfied with the
What
approach.
are we going to do to you?
The cold laughter, devoid
The
of
union
joy.
isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Sure it is.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people.
All right, peace out, loser. I'll be back in a minute. I want to go get my money first. Oh, here.
The tear machine your bottles clunk into the machine,
I'm still a
and the
few
money.
dollars short. I thought I would be able to pay my tab with all those bottles I collected. Come on. Hate the controls. It's my money now. Ugh, so close. It's a bowl. There's spit in it. Reeks of tobacco. Any bottles I can collect? Those are men in overalls and Union postcards. Wait, I can click on that?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Minus 12. It's not time yet. Mysterious door scene. What the hell? Revert. Alright, so this is the only dock worker I can talk to here.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
He's leaving it to you. Don't say anything yet. First, we need to talk about your attitude. We need to talk about the man hang. Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
The chatter is too insane to reach your ears. Raise your chin and gaze into the distance like a prince. This is probably a bad idea. We need to talk about the man hanged out back. First, we need to talk about your attitude. No, let's just do this. This is probably a bad idea.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
The little guy looks at his mates in
Hey,
disbelief.
asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
The lieutenant turns to the broad-shouldered man at the end of the table. First, we need to talk about your attitude. We need to talk about the man hanged out back.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's
One moment
shit.
while I grab my coffee, and I'll be right back. All right. Also, I never turned this back on. So,
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them. Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. chances are they're going to match.
Scan the room.
Starting from the right, boot size 44, blonde man, in his 30s, overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right, standard working boots, size 45 or 46, eldest in the room, probably mid-50s, smoker, quiet. Across at the other table, hobnailed working boots, size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Sarah Mauritian, in his late 30s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock Quarter. There were incarcerations, hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick, wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars, a little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy, boot size 46, deep marks, probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is missing, the odd soul.
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
I found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where is the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here.
Sizes you up.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy?
Maybe she's the
we
8th.
Ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her. She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
He
Not
roars.
talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End.
Points at the lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why is there a container belt around the man's neck? Why are your boot prints all over the scene? I have spoken to the dead man in a bizarre occult vision. You're involved somehow. I don't have proof yet. Let's see. Why are your boots all over the scene?
You mean these boots?
There's worker boots. Reinforced toe.
We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck. Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why our prints are all over the scene.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
Aha! So you just confessed to murder? That's it, the game over. We got it, Predator. Game over, boys. What's the catch?
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Murdered him just like that. No remorse. Call the shot. Who called the shots that night? Where did the hanging incident occur? Kill him. How did you kill him? How does the bullet in his head factor into this? So the murder, no remorse.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Oh, I can't mention the bullet anymore. I might have to reload because I thought I could do that and then mention it. Yes, and that's where all the bad people, criminal scum of the earth. Looks like it's just my job. That's all. We do is different. We enforce the law. We just kill people. You just kill people like it's nothing. I drink so much I can't really remember anyone I've sent behind bars.
Doesn't remember them. He just forgets. Are you hearing this, Titus?
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure.
Okay, here we go. I do want to mention the bullet, but I want to say who was calling the shots first.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
I don't have to. One of them. No, but seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
It's the 8th Hardy Boy, the one who's missing.
Titus, no one was thinking
that there's any question who's the leader. That's how he would have ended it. Titus won't let him.
No. 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 Fuck no! The big dick is right here, asshole. You're looking at it. Right.
He grabs his crotch.
Here.
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys have any comments on their power relations.
When did
That night, they acted as one.
When did
That's
this
all.
hanging incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
Fix returns to
I
Titus.
know, Lizzie. Relax.
How long had
We
you
killed
known
him
the
last
victim?
Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
known him? We don't associate with scum like that, Al.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer,
Why?
your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Okay. So there's a limit to how many questions. So I'm gonna say, how does the bullet in his head factor into this?
Huh?
A sip of the beer makes the surprise go down easier.
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe.
He's tight-lipped suddenly.
Interesting, sire. It's as if he's lying to protect someone. He's not very good at it.
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death already? Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, it's your problem. This will not turn into a cross-examination.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious?
Didn't they teach you anything?
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
The lieutenant goes in for the leg sweep. Titus does not see it coming.
What? Solution. Am I not done with this? Looks like it's done. What does it do? Problem, solution. Problem, solution. I can't click on solution. I guess it's still working even though it doesn't have a timer anymore. Breakthrough imminent. Okay.
Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clubbed him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Okay.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
Where did all this action take place? That's the knock. What? Knock the victim. Mr. Tass, why did you knock the victim out?
My fucking elbow, Copper. Samaran boxing style.
Samaran boxing, or Sambo, is an eloquently violent set of one-on-one fighting moves, originating from the Samaran Isola. Sambo style implies stealth, cleverness, and cool. He may be lying, but he's good at it. No twitching, no rushing, no uncalled for details.
Where did the action take place?
Right fucking here. The fucker started coming to our bar. Asking for it.
Alright.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But
First tell me who's solid.
Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
Who's cracked under the pressure? The one sweating profusely has difficulty breathing. They've smartly kept him out of the conversation thus far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain. If I talk to him specifically, I think that's when they're going to stop things. Maybe I can question him later, though. I don't know. But if I don't know if the game will allow that kind of thing. You having trouble breathing over there?
No.
He looks up, startled, his forehead shiny from sweat. A few coiled locks are peeking out from underneath the woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
The man next to the big guy burst out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
There's something you're not telling me.
And fuck you, too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Right. I have another question for
Like
Munchie.
what, Copper?
Why did you do it?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out of line.
All clamped shut like a vice.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
How do you know he was Special Forces?
Because one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Oranese goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Right, but what did he actually... Okay, besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Lieutenant is trying to make sense of the flood of information.
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
He shakes his head in disbelief. Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
Right, but who did the rape? But who did he rape then? This is a very serious allegation.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
Alright. So we're going down to... So what are we going to do now? Conclude the questioning.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
Lieutenant closes a
I've
notebook.
done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Weak when you first met. Godly authority. Still haven't explained the bullet I found in the hangman. There's no way I'm getting that done. That's just not a 3% chance. Discuss the 8th Hardy. So this is authority. Pretty low skill. Okay. It could be another point where we could test that again, but not right now.
Kingdom of Conscience. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on earth.
So I get +1 to moralist dialogue options. Moralist dialogue options heal 1 moral. Oh, so if I pick a moralist dialogue option, from now on I get 1 extra morale point. Learning cap for volition increased to 5, and learning cap for logic increased to 5 too. And there's no negatives, luckily. Some of these things have negatives, and I hate that. Because you don't get it until after the fact, you know. I don't know if I care about this still. Like, +1 encyclopedia. Like, what will it do for me? I really wish you could get a hint at what it would do for you.
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance.
All right, let's get to work. Oh, the gardener lady was so helpful. Sucks that she's actually a bad guy. What is going on? Oh, there she is up there. I wish I could click over there and just get there. I have to make a couple bucks to be able to spend the next night. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make 20 bucks for the 3rd night, because there's no new cans. There's no new stuff around here. T-shirt ain't nothing to me. Sea monster did this to the plaza. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza. All right. Oh wait, are the people not here? Oh, they are doing their marbles. So I can talk to these guys still. I have some more urgent stuff to do than them at the moment. Hold on now. What the heck is this? There's a new person here. Working class woman. You see a sturdy woman humming to herself. She seems to be browsing the books.
The ship takes off like a silvery mosquito, unfolding its rotor blade arms. She mumbles reading, then puts down the soft cover.
That's a good book.
Yes? Hello? Me? No
Who are
one.
you?
I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Shouldn't a working class woman be working? I'm gonna say it.
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read.
Phenomenal.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Do you need help of a policeman?
What with?
She tries hard to focus on the
What
folks.
with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing.
Watch her browse the books.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work.
What is this
smoking.
line of questioning? Maybe your husband's
My
missing.
husband? No, he's not.
So where could he be? Okay, thanks.
You're
Maybe your
welcome.
children are missing?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, thanks.
She gives you a short nod and shifts her attention.
Maybe
back
your
to
cockatoo
books.
is missing?
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Ma'am, I was asking about your cockatoo. Is it missing?
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
What?
Even if I had, it wouldn't be missing.
Alright, cockatoo not missing. I just wanted to make sure.
Great.
One more question. What did you mean by me being a cockatoo?
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or
Astral
your
captain?
heraldic bird?
That's exactly what I'm going to do. Get the task.
Wonderful. The store is open.
Thanks for all the moment. I'll let you read.
The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
Weird interaction. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna pay for my third night. I think I might be able to make just enough money on my, if I can find just a little bit more money lying about. So over here, there was a fella up here, and I wanna. Here he is. He's here again.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Despite the cold, he says with a quiet voice, despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
You're hiding something. Speak up. This is the police. No trouble from me. I just want to know what's going on. Too late, young man. Trouble's found you. No trouble.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Then let's speak in private.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
The gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
I need to get inside the apartment. Can you help me? Can you tell me what your tell me your name? Looks like you've got a good view of the world. Let's say the apartment.
Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. I have to run.
Looks like you've got a good view of the world, Wig.
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet's standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh.
He
You already
waited.
asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did you look at Kim? Pretty sure I didn't. Did I?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
He takes out his notebook and writes something
Last
down.
week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the courtyard again. Old patio chair and dead house plant litter the scene.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
What's your friend's real name?
He
Do you see
doesn't
something?
reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
You're not actually called Martin Martinez,
No,
are you?
of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
All right, we'll talk
No.
later.
We won't.
Before stubbing out
Now,
the
if you'll
back.
excuse me, I really need to get going.
Convince him to stay.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance,
Hey,
hidden
listen,
behind
lower
the
your
curtains.
voice. I'm just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet again somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes, compassion, and a hint of understanding.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
His voice softens and deliberate. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the cigarette butt sailing over the rail.
But, hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Hey. We found a way in, I think.
He's gone.
We should run after him and see where
No
he went.
point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
You're right. He probably didn't have anything. So we just give
He
up.
could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
He nods towards a small stone on a soggy patch of grass.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity he doesn't have the apartment number on it.
How are we
This
going
building
to
has many
find the right
apartments,
one?
and the man can be in any of them. We'll just have to go in and see.
Put the stone back. All right. Eviction notices pets are plastered. Flip glasses. +1 to logic, -1 to authority. I need money. Oh, hello. Pairs of shoes. He likes my green shoes, though. Oh, that's money? Okay, we're getting closer to being able to stay another night. Oh, I just got $4 whole. We can pay for a night. What is this? Postcard, Boogie Street. Door 9 is locked. 25 more cents. It's the sweeping one. Graffiti says firing a squad for the rich. So this is where we are. Hey, sweeping lady.
Give me a moment.
Other woman is leaning on her broom. She knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty
The
breathing.
cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
Are you alright? Should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
She starts coughing. Red spots appear on her
Now,
cheeks.
what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Who are you? I'm looking for a young man. I'm looking for parents of a kid named Kuno. I have a few questions about those. Who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a
Spits on the
little
floor.
room upstairs, right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet, But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company, and that's all I need from this world.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
I'm looking for a young man, mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, a smoker on the balcony.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
He looks over at the end of the hallway.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble. I just want to talk to him. He's wanted for murder. He's going away for life. He's no trouble.
Talk?
She starts laughing in violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom, trying to catch her breath.
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Nice, room 28.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I'm looking for the parents of a child named Kuno.
The waiters are at the end of this hallway, right next to the communal bathroom.
I have a few questions about those apartments.
Ask away, policeman.
Is one of those residents on a vacation? Their mailbox is overflowing.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
Ah, I see that mailbox. I didn't
They
notice
probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
What can you tell me about about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still,
She leans on her broom.
she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
Thanks.
She mumbles some kind of a response.
Thanks, I'm off. Okay, so... balcony... This place is pretty dark over here. Oh, never mind. The sea breeze looks cold and wintry gray. More money, please. A book. Book 16 Days of the Coldest April. Okay. We'll mess with that at the end of the day. Someone has torn down this wall. Mr. Gorbachev, whatever his name is. Okay, what is this? Old groceries on the table.
What happened here?
You can foreclose on an apartment with a big hole in the wall. You can't foreclose on an apartment with a big hole in the wall.
It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
Put this stuff in the fridge. There's a little something in the fridge.
Indeed.
It'll be stinky. Oh, never mind. Some money and some more health stuff. Right. There's nothing else. You know what? I do want to go into the balcony. I don't think I can go anywhere from here. This is where the girl was, right? Oh, nope. There's somewhere I can go from the balcony. But I get to check the box. Let's do that real quick. Plastic tear. Okay, so something I can sell for more money. Let's do that one. Wait, hold on. What was that?
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Form a guess of what happened.
A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
Like in the ocean.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains.
Okay. Hey, killer. Yeah, that seemed like that was possible viral or something. I just noticed that, killer. That seemed like a shady link, so I got rid of it just in case.
What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap.
Look at the
What
ruins in the water.
wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean. Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Who did this, the damage?
A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
Do you know who shelled our city?
The Coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
Time to go. Something's going on with my items. Photo of a happy couple. These are not interactable though. Postcard. And I have a new thing that I can contemplate, but that's gonna suck up time that I don't want to use right now. I do want to grab that box. Oh, how much money did I just get? The door is locked. You can't get in. Wait, what? The chair's new. Someone lives back there. Okay. We'll come back out here in a bit. There's still more I want to do in here.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture.
No.
The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side. Sounded like a woman. A woman's shoes.
Knock again.
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
This is the police. Open up.
Do I have to open the door?
You hear clacking in the heels again. The other side walks right up to the door. Bertone is now getting defensive edge.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Wait.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11.
First, let's examine this. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall. Okay.
This door has been closed.
Examine the
It's a
padlock.
solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Tool not in hand. Nah.
No reply.
I mean, why am I just breaking into a random person's thing? Might as well give it a shot. A hard save here. Just breaking into a random apartment? Sure, why not? Chain cutters.
This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud.
After you, detective.
Flamboyant poster on the wall with a white star, real with lithography. There's a white star on that other dude's tattoos, weren't there? What is revolutionary posters with guns? Looks of... Wait. Revolutionary love to pose with their guns. A 9mm bullet. Conceptualization. That would replace this jacket, though. That gives me double bonuses. So I'm getting a bonus to Espada and Shivers. Shivers is doing... Gotten that to trigger like twice. I do like having my cop points. And conceptualization is already very high. And it's just art shit. Even though it doesn't always trigger for art shit.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov. Kraz Mazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific
9-day?
communism,
This is 11.
Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Why does the tenant have a bust of Krasnodar? Krasnodar was a mass murderer. There's nothing cool about keeping a bust of him. Stan.
He was definitely controversial. The tenant here seems to like him. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Why?
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Let's wreck it up. Can I wreck it up? Piece of shit.
A plaster cast, but that isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words.
Look out, Kim. There are communists around here.
I'll keep my armistice handy, detective.
He doesn't actually reach for his gun.
Inspect the symbol closer.
The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope,
why is the star upside down?
And fear, to symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
Why does it invoke? What is it? What does it invoke in me?
You see noble aims, but also mountains upon mountains of corpses. They should have taken a more measured approach. Also, you're really smart. The price of idealism, unrestrained by humanism. Never again.
Okay. Alright, let's close the door. And let's put away our tool. Old shoe rack, boots, sneakers, and old slippers.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno Doroita.
Looks like we found Kuno's dad lives, points to the bill on the door.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
Not quite.
No response. The apartment numbers have fallen off the door, leaving the panel with a sticky 1 shaped shadow and a marker drawn 2. You'll need to equip the chain cutters to enter. Snip right through the metal.
Okay. Oh, if now's the time to deal with Kuno's dad. This actually seems like a bad idea.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges. Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
See anybody just yet. Oh, he's snoring.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw.
On this table.
Good. Confiscate it.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something in the other room.
I feel like he should confiscate it. I don't trust my
You
character
pocket the
with
bottle
this.
as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
Okay, here we go, boys. This is gonna go bad. Composure, black jeans, what kind of electrochemistry. Yeah, I probably. Let's actually, I just realized we have that. Let's put that in our hand. That might help us with some combat or something if we actually do have to make a ridiculous roll. Composure, composure. We already have really good composure. Alright, here we go, boys. Wait. The air stinks of something sour.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka, some towels and a duvet, some socks even. In the dark, it looks like a nest.
Look at the pile of clothes. He's covering his nose. Let's reach out your hand.
Something underneath there is breathing. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out.
Extending your hand forward.
Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it. It's deep, in suffering somehow.
Pull the blanket off.
You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol.
Wait,
and God
red-headed?
knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth.
Redheaded. Like the girl, not the boy?
You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Whisper, I took your amphetamine, old man. Kim, is this thing even alive?
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
Fleshy lumps sticking out of the other hand of the blanket. The limb seems to be twitching.
And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. Maxtor is a gas company. He's wearing free socks from a gas company. They probably came with the bills. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep.
Figure out what he's trying to say.
The man groans once again. But
you serious with a double one, bro? Nah, man. No damn way. Maybe a double one on something that didn't have a 90-something% chance. F that. F that.
Bundle of clothes. In the dark, it looks like a nest. A bundle of clothes. In the dark, it looks like a nest. Something. It's not too late. No one's. Your hand touch. It's deep. In suffering. You see, you don't have to take him down.
I'm afraid it.
And look, Maxtor, a groan rises from the man's throat. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs, he says.
Ah!
He's trying to call you pigs.
You're awake. He's awake. Fuck, you die? Wow. You're awake.
His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again.
At least he got to say his piece.
Interesting. Hmm. This is Kuno's father, we're saying?
Well, judging by the color of his hair, I would say
Wait,
yes.
Kuno's father's hair, Kuno's hair was red too? So both there?
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes.
Doesn't look like he's gonna F anyone up soon.
No, it really doesn't. This looks very hard to recover from. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
Hold on, what happened to his
Can't
eyes?
you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight.
Serious damage. I'm not sure he's. Are you sure he's not dead? Suddenly, the man starts growling. 3 words managed to escape his mouth, along with strong stench of alcohol.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
Maybe we should help him somehow.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side.
Excellent
We
form.
could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The almshouse would turn him down. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
Years, months, weeks. The pile of blankets grunts miserably.
I took your amphetamine, old man.
Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body.
Leave. Okay. I'm glad I reloaded for the pigs part. Alright, well that was easy. We'll tell Kuno we did the job. These clothes come off 3 different sizes. These shoes come in 3 different sizes. What? What shoe? Some more healing alcohol. Man, I'm taking it, but I'm taking it to sell it. Or maybe I can give it to someone. How much is it worth? Left. I gotta keep an eye on that uses left, bro. I'm worried that I'm gonna end up drinking that alcohol. That over there. Drink that alcohol, bro, without me noticing. Crawls on the bathroom tiles. Shower curtains are covered in some kind of slime. Another 42 cents. Hell yeah. Balcony. We report the good news to Kuno. A breaker box full of cigarette butts and electric wires. Wait. More money? Heck yeah, 15 cents. Also a window. The curtains shift just a little. Someone is watching you within. Alright, who's watching us within? Just a door, nothing. here right now. Some growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. Okay. Apartment 29. Complete silence. Whoever lives there isn't home. Doors, apartment 30. Voices from within singing along with the buoyant dance. Let's go to... Oh, we can't do the doors. I was about to say, let's go to the doors that aren't him. But no, let's do his door now.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work.
Whoa.
How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might...
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory. Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
I don't think it was good asking him that question. We have another timed event. Serial number. And we can pay for another thing.
Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Tomorrow? Wait, what? Apartment sometime after 20... Tomorrow? Is that today? Alright, let's do the other balcony. Let's head towards this exit here, but not take it. Okay. Alright. So... Wait, did that restock? I feel like I clicked on it. Talk to her from up here. See how she reacts to us being up here.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
You're in trouble now, little lady. That's right, we've evolved. We cops don't like closed doors or unapproachable or unreachable perches. Our people having high ground on us. That's right, we've evolved.
Yeah, I can see
Yo,
that.
killer, thank you,
Cool
man.
Mutations.
I just find this game on GOG, $13. Yeah, it's fun so far, dude. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I definitely would recommend this game so far. If you're the type of person who's into like RPGs, not really combat stuff, just it's really, really heavy dialogue, but it's like I can tell already based on just the single playthrough I'm doing that the game is going to be wildly different based on your starting build and how you evolve it. And the way in which it will be wildly different isn't necessarily the events that take place, but how you conceptualize those events. Your perception of the world will be wildly different because you're thinking and talking to yourself often, and it is very entertaining. Like I frequently laugh. I can see that. Cool mutations. What else is there on?
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil. Red-dyed heavy fuel oil is only used in government vehicles, or at least that's the idea.
Is that government fuel?
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
Fumes are bad for you, okay? Okay. Yeah, you'd better hand it over. That's clever cultural commentary.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo.
Alright, do you know anything about the recent murder?
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes, but what is art? No art is for arrogant blowhards. Why am I getting this? Discard thought.
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Math is the highest form of human communication. Would I fit into the art world?
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
Hold on, is architecture also art? I guess I have been feeling critical lately. Stupid architecture is stupid. Hold on, is architecture art?
Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
Wait, what about music?
Only the most experimental kind.
Guess I've been feeling
Yes,
critical.
You seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop.
I want to be an art
half
cop.
Art critic, half cop.
Don't have to be a 100% cop to get this case finished.
Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home.
I cannot risk another co-po diversion at this point. Go away.
Bravo.
Capo.
Continue. Then, the mediocre and vulgar epigones of the world. So what if everything is incomprehensibly shit and you can see it? Take no responsibility. This was a good call. That guy probably thinks forensics is autism too.
Visual calculus doesn't like the conceptualization. That's hilarious. There is no art cop here. Interesting. How the story begins was an old point and click fan. Well, this is definitely up there. I really like this. Hold on. Find the heraldic bird? To the bit of a cockatoo. Oh, okay. Prove the authority of Titus. Find the cryptozoologist. Okay. What's behind door number 1? Oh, where the hell are we? 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. The rats of the city. Been sleeping here recently. Cindy? Enough coal lasts for several winters. Smells of chemicals. This one's locked. This one has a pair of pants. Electrochemistry and reaction speed. Weird. There's nothing here as far as I can tell. Let's get out of here. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's head to the bookstore. Let's see our chances of conceptualizing this. It would have been better if I took that other thing, I guarantee it. That's the thing I just passed on, being an art.
Just an ordinary wall.
Because this is conceptualization of like this arty shit. This is like some kind. You look at this and you see some sort of artsy stuff. I bet you, like, if you get, you could probably graffiti it up because it's like a canvas to you, most likely. But you would have to have like paints or something. Let's see if we can help this woman out here. And here we go.
You see a set of...
Pull the curtains open.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh, escapes from the Elysium. As she tries her best to look away, her round face buried in her hands. Ghostly silhouettes of hairdressers. Vaguely androgynous picture of a man looks like Elysium in this poster. Oh, that's the dude? They got all the diseases?
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Pain threshold challenge. The more places I broke into, the better my odds get. This might be something I have to come back to later. Is this a white skill check? I mean, I think it is. So I could come back later maybe if I get another bone. Knock on the door. Unlock the door. Knock on the door.
Only an echo. No one is there. A hollowed out, dark echo.
Unlock the door with a key.
After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Maybe you should enter first? No, open the door and enter. I need a scar. Tim wants to talk to me though.
What is this place?
It's the netherworld beyond the veil. It's an adventure.
No, it's a gym. Though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a faint beam of daylight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
What if there's a reason why no one's been here for ages? Look, let's just keep going. I'm sure it's just a regular abandoned house, nothing mysterious here. What if there's a reason?
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
Doesn't look dark to me, but the game is suggesting that I use the flashlight, so let's go for it. Oh, look at that! Look how it works. I can point it down. That's neat. Sand is dripping from the punching bag. What was that thing? Why'd I get a thing that I can't click on now? No, no. I hate that kind of thing. Wait. Smells leather and sweat. Worn wall bars. They look unsafe. Don't try to lift it.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Notice collars. Seems familiar because I'm a weightlifter. Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of bastard would just remove the collars? It should be a felony.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Collars laying somewhere. Shot put ball. Price $13? Hell yeah, boys! We just hit the jackpot! Now this place looks dark. Yeah, the light is, I think, the flashlight is what's making this visible. Yeah, look how dark it is now that I walk past. Hallway is blocked by old window panes and debris. Oh, don't talk to him. Damn it! I hate the controls. And over here. Why are we getting horror music? Bro, why are we getting horror music? Wild animal stares through the dark, stuffed and mounted. Large demijohn full of strange liquid. Wait, can I have that liquid? Your ship rotors covered in webs. Bro, what is up? What is this? Naked mannequin torso, strange yellow color. Could you just not be in the way so much? Hell yeah, $3. Velvet soft touch. Hell's that sound? $1.50? Hell yeah. Door back there. Some maps. $50. Production schedule filament memory. This cube-like crisscross of filament feels oddly fragile in your hand. Its iridescent structure covered in dust, silver tape, and on the side, production schedule note. This filament contains information that can be read using a radio computer. Sells such beautiful old school. All used for playing your favorite pastime, and elderly gentlemen. Old. Wait, this could replace the ball that I throw into the water. Could use for it to sell such beautiful old sin. Face this way. Okay, nothing. Bro, when we ran, there was extra sounds in here. As soon as we ran, there was extra sounds. We should maybe not run.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
The radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind? This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
Step away for now. Let's look at the thing over here first.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles,
Look at
sketches,
this.
and schemes, like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there.
Inspect
Photos
the
and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of Welkins. You make out autumnal candle Welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent Welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether Welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? You should adopt one of those Welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a Welkin. One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine, this is important.
It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged.
What?
The Haldor, the Tworg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
Why would anyone spend so much time on this? Who are these creatures? Who drew them? Are they real? I have so many questions. Whispers. One of them is a Welkin supremacist. This has been educational. Let's move. Now I'm gonna say what. I'm gonna whisper. One of them is a Welkin supremacist.
Mm-hmm. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too.
He nods at their facial hair. Wouldn't spend much so much
Some
time.
people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game.
Who are these creatures? Are they real?
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
No, this has been educational. Let's move on.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
Inspect the photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore.
Maybe this is a developer hint
pictures
at
of
another
settlements
game
on
he's thinking
dried
about.
up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Inspect the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Soren.
It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
Keep reading.
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
Looks a frigid ice filled with nothing.
A note
nothingness.
in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Inspect the notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe."
Idols.
The full text reads, "Heat death of the universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s.
Yeah, it's starting to feel more and more like this to me too, Soren.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pesantic.
Wait, how do I know what Cadrian mosaic tiles are supposed to look like?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
What am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
I'm not gonna write that down. Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
We're dealing with something medical here, so we'll elaborate piece of art. Medical?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap.
Wait, who's the Game Master?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
If it's a game, then who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Il Mara. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
The cost of airwidth alone would have been huge.
Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble.
Think
An
I failed
echo
the
from
check.
times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Scribbled across a note, developer of the most advanced RPG in the universe. Okay. Let's do a save. And we're gonna fiddle with this box here.
The dusty radio computer sleeps on its wide
Do you think
frame.
I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Turn it on.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look at the carpet.
It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Insert the production schedule.
Like a smooth drawer, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good morning. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What did you call me, Fortress Accident? What are you, a machine? Are you alive? What is the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
You mean the glowing thing I put inside? Alright, thank
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
I don't know.
If you are unsure, could you please take a look?
How did I do that?
Open the hatch on the compartment. Don't touch the wires. A current is running through it, but the core is safe. There's a filament inside. I need to know what it's called.
It's called the production schedule.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved. You should ask her for a hint.
This is the police. Please open this thing. A password. I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint?
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
This is the police. Please open this.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
My birthday.
Still no.
Shit. I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Why did you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any information about the company?
One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
And what's this interactive video game? Wow, so conceptual. She hums. What is it called?
Any other questions?
What are you? A machine? Are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Yvonne, my partner tells me that you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station.
Okay, but where are you? How do you know where I am?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios. Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do.
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow.
Remove
Fluorescent, the
production
filament
schedule.
slides out of its glowing nest.
I don't want to print right now because I'm worried that printing will, that there's a limited amount of printing paper, basically. I want to... Wait.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Looks like an undercover counterintelligence program. It's just a failed business. The only question is, what the hell were they making? Yeah, you know what? I'm going with the spy option.
No, that's not it. I think...
He takes a step back.
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How were they planning to do that? Has anyone ever done this before? And this was a role-playing game? What do you think happened to the company? How were they planning to
Through
do
call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interisolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real, immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
What do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Wow, conclude.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but
it was just a play to cheat money from their investors. The curse got them, and I see no explanation. The world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it. Wait, the world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it? Finish what? The game? Do we have any money? Let's give them more money so they can finish it and make it even bigger.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid.
He's looking around the derelict room. The pipes howl. The rats crosses the floor.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Okay, I can go up these stairs. Okay, then before I go up these stairs, let's head into here. What is this question mark? Okay, this is like a tutorial type of thing. I'm long past that. Oh, hold the hell up now. How do I get into the steps again? We're in the boiler room, boys. That's where the shenanigans happen. I saw a little thing up there, so this is... I'm staying in this the zone. I want to check the zone before I go to a new zone. And I do want to just walk. Don't want to make loud sounds anymore. Last time I
An
ran,
iron safety
something
curtain
happened.
curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This must be where the entity lives.
Leave it. Actually, hard save. Okay, for you. Puddle of melted snow. Someone's been here then. Discarded Delta 51? Oh, postcard. Bro, I thought that was his badge. Does someone live here?
As before, what an odd thing to do. Nothing happens.
Knock harder.
Still nothing.
Knock even harder. Oh! Oh, heal!
Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now. If this is really an entrance to the chimney, then there must be a furnace somewhere as well. Maybe there's another way to
I almost died again!
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things?
I need to find the malignant entity, Kim. This is the chimney. Not random, it's significant. I want to see what's on the other side. I can try. Blow gently on your bruised knuckles. No, I need to find the malignant entity.
Ghosts aren't real. Didn't your parents tell you that? In any case, there's no way we can get in right now. Let's investigate further.
Okay. I like how they do the flashlight. $2 whole dollars? We can almost afford 2 nights. Oh, what the hell is this? Got glowing red eyes? Is this a refrigerator?
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
What is this thing? It looks like a giant ice
The
bear.
lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door.
Uh-oh, he's got him wrapped in his eyes. I gotta
A
open it.
gust of freezing cold air rushes to
Oh
greet
shit,
you.
I'm being radiated.
You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
This is creeping him out. Look inside. I'm not gonna tell him to relax.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Take the note from the door. Examine one of the ice cream wrappers in there. What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar? Let's examine the wrap
A
papers.
friendly cartoon bear
Before we touch
smiles back
anything?
at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Okay, take the note.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
I got magnets too, huh? What's a giant bear doing in the shaped bear doing in an abandoned cellar?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
The lieutenant reaches for one of the wrappers he studies in life. So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
Points to the red shaking snaky cable running from the fridge.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Close the door. Ah, an interact one, huh? I gotta examine this now. Can't wait till later. This could be relevant. We gotta examine it now. A handwriting note in the giant fridge. It seems some marks in the fruit-shaped kitchen. Magnets were also used to secure the fridge door. So I have some magnets now somewhere. Yeah, no, I don't see the magnets. Okay, whatever. Let's interact with this.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
The lieutenant leans closer to read the crumpled note over your shoulder. He's really into this.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active.
Read the note.
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
Wait. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully Swaff.
Is this the password? You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Take it home ASAP. It's important. Do it myself if I lived in a place. Here. Wonder who's no. Remind me again who the who's the illiterate. Do you have any idea where the frozen ice cream maker would be? As I wonder who wrote this note.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Maybe it's because of the entity.
That's implausible.
Remind me again the filament
It
memory?
belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site copy.
It's the illiterate ginger kid.
Really? You don't have a single guess?
You mean Kuno?
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, He'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Do you have any idea where the frozen ice cream?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Put the note away. Let's check over here more. That's obvious. Oh, here we go. An ice cream maker, defrosted and unplugged. There's nothing there, though. Oh, wait, what's this? A flashlight casts strange shadow. There's a hidden doorway here. Oh. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They're inoperable. Wait, there's guns up there? Why can't I point my flashlight up? Someone has snuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling. What? This is a armory? I point my thing up. I think I see the butts right there.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Look around the secret room. Look, there's a hole in the wall. Shine light on the hidden compartment.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Okay, I'll do it. Look inside.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifles, Kim.
Are these any good?
Back the rifles.
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye.
We might have found the murder weapon.
With a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
This one looks nice.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
Antique Bleu Magrave rifle. Could the murder weapon we're looking at simply
It's
similar?
the same type of weapon, yes. A breech loader. An interesting coincidence that we should find something so similar. But I'm afraid our search for the real murder weapon must continue.
Where are we? Look around the secret room. Why does this mean... What does this mean, a rifle here?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
I have a gun. It's only worth 11 bucks? Bro, the cube is worth 50. Broken... Wait, it said broken. I thought it was good. A broken military from ages past. It's a 4-shot bolt-action military rifle with a wooden frame. Did you have fun, Ben? Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. That was an interesting find. Alright, let's check the ice cream machine. This one seems to be functional, maybe, or something. Frozen ice cream maker.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Turn the ice cream crank?
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
What? Where did I crack open the lid?
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. No, this is going to need something else. Some kind of super pry bar. Don't even try to open it with a regular pry bar. You're just wasting your time. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand detective.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory.
Maybe. Let's go over here first. There's light coming out of that. Wall collapsed, inaccessible now. Seeing here.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Look inside the furnace, smear your hands with coal. Pick it with your foot. Kim, what's this thing? Is it a furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
He opens the door and gingerly peeks inside.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire.
Smear your hands with coal.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint.
Wait, what? Your cheeks black with coal. No, let's not express ourselves. Let's just wipe our hands clean of the pan on our. What is this? Inlet Empire. Isn't this a weird thing? Nah, I feel like I might do something like negative. Like, let's do it.
Three dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
What are you doing?
I am reincarnation of the ancient limited warrior. Nothing. Wait.
Please wipe your face clean, officer.
No, you're a proud warrior. Keep it.
Don't wipe it. Kim trusts you. Wipe it clean.
These three stripes give you strength in this dangerous realm. It would be foolish to remove them.
We're exploring the dark place. I need the protection of my war paint.
And this protects you?
This is traditional war paint. It will grant me safe passage with the spirits that guard this place. It gives me confidence, and it's all that matters.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
What has that done for me? Look in the furnace.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness, you can
probably
hear
get a negative
chatter.
to people's
It's
impression
coming
of me
from
now.
above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs, the echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying or what's producing them.
What are you doing?
I'm hallucinating, or maybe it's the entity. I hear the murderer of the hanged man talking. I am not sure, Kim, but I think I can hear someone upstairs talking.
Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs.
War paint on my face! Physical instrument. Those voices I heard, maybe it's the... No, war paint.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths.
Hello?
Hear a woman's voice in...
You've awakened the entity.
This is the police. I summoned the ghost of the Doom commercial area. Answer me, spirit. I'm saying that one.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
There's a safety curtain on the second floor. Oh.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Voices I heard, maybe they're a malignant entity that said the lies, blah blah blah.
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
Alright, we're about to lose a hit point. Kick it! I knew it!
The
Ah!
hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Damn you, toe! What's this? Money. That's what that is. I got my heal thing back. I needed it. I just wasted it. What is this?
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
There's a puzzle there. Intercom wires running from the great bars. Drama, huh? What's gonna happen if I turn out the light? Oh, don't move. Tools, pry bar. What are the odds here? My strength is really low.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
I need a super prior. They weren't lying. All right, well, let's look at this note again. See if we can.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of line. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully Swaff.
Maybe it'll defrost?
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker
Unplug the black one.
Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
It's black. It's not like the red one. Because it's black, the color is immeasurably Cosmo. I don't know why I unplugged it. I do things without any
The
reason.
lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has 1 cable missing.
You think it'll defrost, maybe?
This orange machine is dead still.
It's slowly melting.
It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Try to crack open the lid.
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold. No. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab.
Let's give it a day, or maybe even just a few hours. I don't see any value in turning off the giant bear one. Wait, where am I going? She said come upstairs? The curtain. I guess it was... Wait, what's this? Cellar window, people's feet shuffling in the street. I do remember. Oh, money! 45 cents, baby. Let's let that machine defrost. Go back upstairs. There's some sort of curtain I'm looking for up here now. Oh, that. Oh, we got a person here. Tray full of ice dice, colorful pillars, dice, hundreds of them. Oh, this is the game master person, or game maker. Candy dispenser contains thousands of dice. Okay, interesting. I think this is the game person, maybe. Let's zoom out. Nothing is showing up, so just talk to the person.
Hello.
I'm Nia.
Dice maker. A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius.
Her headphones.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Hold on. What do you mean by Milios? You must have me confused for someone else. I have not. Why are you asking me about dice? Move on. Let's ask about the Emilio.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages.
Yeah.
But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
Must have me confused for someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
I can't play into it. It told me to play into it, but I can't. I just have to say, why are you asking me about dice? Move on.
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
I like role-playing games. I need some dice. Maybe I'm not sure why I'm here, honestly. Not really sure. No, I'm looking for someone else. Squint at your eye. Squint your eyes mysteriously. Answers. I'm not interested in buying dice right now. I'm a police officer and I need to ask a question. I like role-playing games and I need some dice.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
I don't know if I want to. Maybe I need to get her to make dice for someone else. I don't want to spend money frivolously right now.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
I'd like to order a die from you. What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the... Hey. Where are we anyway? What is this place?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
She looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the wall. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
Lieutenant looks around the spacious room, its ceiling fading into shadows above.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
I've heard this place is cursed. Do you know what happened to the other tenants?
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Holy shit. Okay, there used to be a hair salon?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
What's wrong with a bit of experimentation? The customers should have been open-minded. I would have never let anyone androgynous touch my hair, not even my life depended on it. I guess I'm a simple man. I don't really have any opinion.
Me neither. I just wanted off my face.
What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Who was Artemit?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym.
Maybe that's
It's
what
his
Kuno
way
needs.
of giving back. Kuno. Who's Kuno?
He's sort of the king around here. He's a little ginger gremlin who likes to defile dead bodies.
Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
She looks out the window. It's oddly quiet there at the
I
moment.
think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
How did that community project work out?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
So with the broken
Oh,
windows.
this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
Even my encyclopedia doesn't know.
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
What is a snuff
It's a
milieu?
Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Did anyone make stuffed animals? I saw mounts lying
You
around.
mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else?
Breakthrough imminent. I found this creepy mannequin.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Insect rights activists?
Mm-hmm. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
They got what they deserved. Making cloth out of beetle wings is terrible. They're insects!
Actually, insects do have brains.
I know
But
they
yes,
do, but that was
I
supposed to
understand
say...
what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Anything else?
What is the rotor blade in the skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
She rests her hand on her chin with an impish smile.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
That's illegal. Running off the company's money. That's blah blah blah. That's interesting. What do these transmissions say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Her smile widens before she and the lieutenant's face behind you. Before she sees the lieutenant's
Men like
face.
that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those keys and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
They were just props. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
I can pick up these skis wherever they are, maybe? Found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She closed her eyes for some remnant of the memory light.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean liberal?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks to the hallway so she can hear them in the chit-chat. Did you hear a password?
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen so far, the project did look quite impressive. Really? They might have been a gigantic... They did look impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the
Bastards.
markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on.
What does that have to do with capitalism?
In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
Showing up to work on time is incredibly hard. What? That's too bad. I would have supported them. The project looked... Alright, they should have just tried harder. They had everything. I would have supported
Not
them.
the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
Tossed a pair of dice on the table. Tossed near the edge of the metallic
The
desk.
result is 1 on a 20-sided die. The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else?
There was a terrifying taxidermied bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
She smiles, leans closer, hands on her knees, like a stand-up comedian ready to tell a
The
story.
place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed, what were the other ideas?
Alright, what about the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
She leaned back disapprovingly.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Fritta does the same thing.
I know a girl just like that. She works for Fritta, a cashier. She's not particularly friendly. What did you expect 20 cents per hour as dog pay? Surprise. That's an award-winning idea. How do you choose people around you? I don't have an opinion on this. Let's mention Fritta.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Revachol ICT. And they already had the bear.
What about the bear?
The bear.
Pressing her thumbs in the temples, like trying to suppress a headache. Didn't work.
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravishell Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
Not solemnly, it's the market doing its job. I'm sure the bear was doing its best. The bear was scary. Every time I saw the bear, I felt scared, like I could become alive. And yeah, I'm gonna mention it was scary. It was a scary bear.
The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool. Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
Megatherion?
Megatherion, a mega wild beast.
What's a mega wild
It's
beast?
an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
I don't have a comment. I don't do drugs.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
The fallen ice cream empire. She seems almost sad, finishing the story. Some dust beam swirls in the afternoon light. Her eyes follow it idly.
Little sparkling embers under the window.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
I found a building intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
So you're telling me that doorbell with the empty name card was yours? I was wondering about the Whirlwind Rags. It's part of the same building complex. I have a few more questions. The doorbell name card was
That's right.
yours?
I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
Whirlwind
You
Rags?
could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
I have a few more questions about the building.
Sure, I'm listening.
I have more questions about the intercom.
I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure, I'm listening.
Actually, I had other questions.
Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
Holy crap,
else?
that was a lot in just one area. I've heard this place is... Let's just see this.
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines.
I should have been
and
clicking on other
sometimes even
things.
the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them. This must be a childhood memory. The 15th Indo tribe was your Indo tribe, set to rule in Cylinder. The rest of the kids are dead now. Car accidents and drug overdoses. Only you remain.
I should have did this earlier. I'm gonna get money for clicking on the things. I'm just gonna create money out of thin air. My learning cap for stuff I was raised. Okay, that's definitely worth it. Money from thin air, baby. Okay, let's save. Holy crap, man, she has a lot of stuff to talk about.
It's you again. Are you looking for a die?
How'd you become a dice
How
maker?
did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
You like role-playing games?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Okay, I'd like to order a die. What do you know about the man? I heard this place is cursed. Do you know about the people of the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Vladimir is one who sent me. She convinced that this place is swarming with malicious energy. Wait, how do you know what happened to all this? Then explain what happened to the companies.
It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
The lady.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
Is a wise woman. She has Simonese trinkets protecting against the... Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. There's hardly any customers, and she had to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going. The curse is just biding its time before it strikes again. Sooner or later, everything will fail, even her. I don't know why the bookstore hasn't gone bankrupt yet. That's what I'm investigating.
All right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Yes, but it's still a separate building. The malicious energies can't reach there. No, the whirling isn't doing well either. Its waitress just took off. The customers are trouble. You're right. The whirlwind doesn't really look like it's cursed.
And then there is me.
Looks at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lying scattered from the knives and the carving pliers and the wire
I've
stuff.
been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
What? Felicia thinks it's because you're the source of it. A malignant entity. Because you're competent and dedicated to your craft. The curse doesn't affect people like you. The curse will get you. Have no doubt about it. It just doesn't care about the earthly time frame. Indeed, Soren. I'll be the first to admit there are many inconsistencies in this so-called curse.
I was just about to ask. What do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
I think it still might be you. Narrow your eyes very mysteriously. I'm starting to see that there is no curse, only business decisions and natural market fluctuations. Honestly, I'm still not sure. The world is puzzling, but I'm gonna say the second one.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring.
What if you, like, eyed her and then she turned into a monster that you had to fight?
But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirlwind? Oh, wait. Why has her business failed? Why hasn't her business failed? This is a white check? Wait a second. She was lying, maybe? Or she was hiding something? Why can't I do this? Shivers check. Shivers are one of my worst skills I have. I have some questions about the building. What are the whirlwind thing?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then, the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
You never took your eyes off your work? Do you often work on Sunday nights? I see. The daily ruckus.
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard.
She stops trying to come up with examples.
During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
You didn't look out the window at all?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
This person values focus above all. She keeps her sharp sight on the instruments before her.
You often work on Sunday
It's
nights?
an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
I see. Thank you for your answers.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
More questions about the building?
I'm listening.
Alright, we might have to come back later.
Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
Maybe
What
we
else?
can push Shivers higher for some reason. Okay. So we can come back here now and order novelty dice. I don't see the point in our adding dice. This novelty dice thing seems suspicious to me. Let's head to the basement and see if that thing's melted any further. It's probably something that it's gonna take like a whole day or something to have any kind of difference.
This orange machine is dead still. You slip your fingers no. This is going to need something else.
It says
if you want to try again.
Equip the pry bar.
It still says I need like super pry bar. So I'm just gonna assume I can't do it until we'll try again tomorrow maybe. And with that, we'll do that later too. Wait, what? How do I get out of here? Was it down here? Yeah, it was down here. I remember now. Can't check that for drugs. Alright, let's tell her about the curse, or the lack thereof. She's not going to be happy. That's what the game says. Alright, here we go. Oh, let's take off the flashlight.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there?
The dark
In that dark
sarcophagus.
sarcophagus.
Pause dramatically.
Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
It was a carnal house of failed business enterprises, leeching life energies from the bookstore. It's a dump, nothing in there. Garbage someone sent the sunshine in. Let the sunshine in. No position to give the person. It was a dark carnal house of business.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
I talked to the entity you told me about her. Her name is Le, and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
I have felt her aura. She is not the one to blame for the. May be involved, but I don't have a way of question. No, I'm gonna say the second one.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
That's what I was thinking. Tell her I like did some voodoo or some shit. She says there's no curse because there are too many inconsistencies. She said that is just capitalism, bankruptcy. The source is the taxidermist shop. He became involved in arts darker than taxidermy and brought the void spirits down upon this place. I don't have an answer yet. There are still leads to follow, like the strange radioactive radio computer. There's another entity, more malignant, pulling the strings. And men shall try. Perhaps in my travels I will cross paths with it. That's a lie.
Oh, how horrid! I knew something wasn't right about that place. Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse?
Yes, I performed the ancient Simonese dispelling rites. This commercial area is doomed no more. Yes, I called upon the spirit of Garlim Le Million to banish the curse of the flash of a disco in a flash of disco brilliance. Yeah, I de-spooked it. The curse is definitely gone. No, she's gonna like the Simonese thing more because she like has Simonese stuff. I'm afraid I can only identify the source. You'll have to call other experts to lift the curse. No, I lifted it. I performed the ancient Simonese dispelling rites. The commercial area is doomed no more.
Of course. I trust my Simonese wards and charms kept you safe while you perform the ancient rites.
She looks at you with sudden admiration.
All that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. It will be a long time until we're fully free of it, of course. But still, thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better psycho-emanation to this humble bookstore, and that's no small achievement.
She so badly wants this to be over. She would have believed anything. It will only last a day or two, a week tops. Then her mood will sour and she will feel the curse again.
All right then. All's well that ends well. Should we return to our ordinary lives?
A book of cockatoos.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
Right, we got a crap ton of experience from that level, from that. I have 2 skill points to spend if I need to. What? Right next to the what? Wait, is this the Book of Cockatoos right here? This little tiny thing?
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo.
Flip through the pages.
Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems. You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. You're cool.
What's about this guy, the cockatoo
It's a
chef?
must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Angry storekeeper stare down. Khajiit needs wares.
You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. When she's not looking, you haul the tome of cockatoos into your pocket. It's quite a challenge, but eventually, the guide to the cockatoos is yours. Splendid effort.
She'll never suspect a thing. Yeah, we'll have to read that tonight. Khajiit needs wares.
Yes?
You saw nothing? Just making sure he knew. Hey, I'm borrowing your cockatoo book, lady. I need to go to that one place. But I think instead, because I can't stream late tonight, guys, because I have to like search my room for my papers, because I have to go to the freaking DMV today or tomorrow. I mean, and I don't know where my papers are, so I'm gonna end the stream right now, and I'm gonna tear my room apart and try to find out where my stupid papers are. So. You guys have a nice one. Thank you very much for coming. And I hope to see you guys the next time I stream. So, you guys have a nice night. Thank you very much again. I appreciate it. You guys are great. But a short goodbye today, because like I said, I have to get to searching. I've got to get to work. Tear this place apart, man. Anyways, later everybody. Thank you again.